Call the October 4th City Council meeting to order. Commissioner Smith, you give us the prayer pledge and the fact of the day, please, sir.
Our Father God, we come once again thankful for this opportunity to be servants of this city. We thank you, God, for your many blessings and how you continue to lead and guide and direct us. We pray that all that we shall say and do be pleasing and acceptable in your sight. In thy Son, Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Fact of the day. On October 4th, 1927, sculptor John Bruton Burlone begins work on Mount Rushmore in the Black Hills National Forest of South Dakota. It will take 12 years for the granite images of four of America's most revered presidents, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt, to be completed as the faces of Mount Rushmore. Fact of the day.
All right. Joe Patton, employee recognitions.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Commissioners, Joe Patton, Director of Human Resources. So today we celebrate our service pins, which are given out every 5 years for service to the city. And what we're going to do is acknowledge individuals. They did send in information to us, and we also pulled information from the system, from our historical data, to come up with some a summary of their experience with the city of Apopka. So first is Shirley Hambley. She is Finance Department. Shirley is a native New Yorker and moved to Central Florida when she was in the 6th grade. She enjoys photography and visiting national parks. Shirley's career with the city resumed on August 20th, 2018, when she returned as an accounts payable specialist. On July 21st, 2020, she was promoted to the accounting specialist. The position was then reclassified to accounts payable specialist on April 3rd, 2023. Shirley continues to serve there today. Andrew Brown, who I did not see here today, from the Fire Department, Emergency Medical Services. Lieutenant Brown began his career with the city as a volunteer firefighter on June 26, 2007. On July 14, 2008, he was hired full-time as a firefighter first class in suppression. On November 6, 2012, he was transferred to the EMS division as a paramedic. He was promoted to fire engineer on April 15, 2019, and again on February 14, 2021, to the rank of lieutenant, which he serves today. Robert Dickey, Fire Department Suppression, 20 years. Began his tenure with the city as a volunteer firefighter on June 11, 2003. On August 4, 2003, he was hired as a full-time firefighter first class in suppression, where he serves today. Mark Fry, Fire Department, Emergency Medical Services, 20 years. Lieutenant Fry began working for the city on September 30th, 2003 as a firefighter first class in suppression. On November 16th, 2010, he was transferred to the EMS division as a paramedic. He was promoted to fire engineer on April 2nd, 2012, and again on February 24th, 2014 to the rank of lieutenant, where he serves today.
All right.
Officer Cynthia Calixo, Police Department Field Services, 5 years. Officer Calixo began her career with the city of Apopka on September 4th, 2018, as a police officer in field services. Notably, she became a field training officer for the Field Training Evaluation Program on July 24th, 2022, where she serves today. Officer Quentin Ned, Police Department, Field Services, 5 years. Officer Ned was born in Oakland, Florida, and has lived in Central Florida his entire life. He attended Tallahassee Community College, where he received his Associate in Arts degree and went on to earn his Bachelor of Science degree from Florida State University. Officer Ned began working with the Apopka Police Department on August 7, 2018, as a police officer in field services. Notably, he joined the Honor Guard on March 31, 2021, and also became a field training officer on November 20, 2022. One of his fondest work memories includes receiving a thank you card from the Children's Learning Academy. In every profession, he feels a simple thank you means the world. When not on patrol, Officer Ned enjoys spending time with his family and attending sporting events. He also mentors students at Valencia College in the Bridges to Success program. Officer David Pittman, Police Department, Field Services, 5 years. Officer Pittman began his career with the City of Apopka on August 7, 2018, as a police officer in Field Services. He continues to serve in this position today. Notably, he became a field training officer on March 4, 2021, where he is today. Officer Stephen Landry, Police Department Support Services, 15 years. Detective Landry was born and raised in South Florida and moved to Central Florida when he was in the 5th grade. A graduate of Lake Brantley High School, he attended Seminole State College and the Indian River College Law Enforcement Academy. Detective Landry began working for the city on August 11, 2008 as a police officer in field services, and on May 1, 2011, he transferred to the support services. On July 20, 2011, he was assigned as a detective in criminal investigations, where he currently specializes in violent crimes, crimes against children, and interviews and interrogations. Notably, from 2013 to 2016, he was assigned to the State Attorney's Joint Homicide Investigation Team, which is a Metro Homicide Unit, in which he investigated homicides, deaths, and officer involvement shootings in municipalities in both Orange and Osceola counties. He's also been an active member of the Crisis Hostage Negotiation Team since 2012. Since being assigned to criminal investigation, Detective Landry has been assigned numerous violent felony cases and high-profile cases, all resolving in successful prosecutions and convictions. When not at the station, you are likely to find Detective Landry actively participating in community events for charity. Officer Clifford McDonald, Police Department, Field Services, 15 years. Officer McDonald began his career with the Apopka Police Department on September 2, 2008, as a police officer in field services, and continues to serve in our community in this position today. Notably, he is a member of the Apopka Police Department Traffic Unit and Honor Guard. In addition, he has been an active field training service officer since February 8, 2010, and holds several advanced training certifications. Officer John Reardon, Police Department, Support Services, 15 years. Detective Reardon started working for the city on August 11, 2008 as a police officer in field services. On July 20, 2011, he was assigned to the Special Response Team, SRT, and on March 22, 2012, he began to serve as a field training officer. Then on October 10, 2016, he was reassigned as a detective with the Criminal Investigations Division, or CID, where he continues to serve the community today. Notably, Detective Reardon is also a member of the Metro SWAT team and holds several advanced training certifications. Officer Brian Hall, Police Department, Support Services, 25 years. Sergeant Hall began his career with the City of Apopka on August 10, 1998, as a police officer in patrol, now known as Field Services. Notably, he became a field training officer on September 2, 2000, while also serving in the agricultural crimes and canine units. On July 3rd, 2007, he was promoted to police sergeant of the K-9 unit, where he also serves as a K-9 handler and member of the special response team. Sergeant Hall is currently the supervisor for the Strategic Investigations Unit, where he supervises the TAC tactical unit and the task force officers. Narvez Mars, Public Service Department, Streets Division, 5 years. Narvez began working for the city of Apopka on September 17, 2018, as a maintenance worker 1 in the Streets Division of the Public Services, where he serves today. He's wearing a bright shirt today, so everybody can't
Brand
miss
new
it.
shirts.
Yep, brand spanking new shirts. Thomas Spalding, Public Services Department, Wastewater Treatment Plant, 5 years. Thomas began working with the city of Apopka on August 6, 2018, as a wastewater plant operator B in the Public Services Department. On April 2, 2020, he was promoted to wastewater plant operator A. He continues to serve there today. Elsa Martinez, Public Services Department, Sanitation Division, 10 years. Elsa returned to the city of Apopka on August 26, 2013 as a solid waste specialist in the Sanitation Division of the Public Services, where she is today. Dana Ramsden, Public Services Department, Fleet Management, 10 years. Dana began working for the city of Apopka on August 26, 2013 as an equipment mechanic in the Fleet Management Division of Public Services. Notably, Dana became a certified CNG cylinder and fuel system inspector on August 27, 2015, where he serves today. Thomas O'Connor, Parks and Recreation Department, Grounds Athletic Complexes, 5 years. Tom began working for the city of Apopka on September 12, 2018 as a maintenance worker 1 in the Streets and Grounds Division of Public Services. Today he works for the Recreation Department as a parks worker. Clifford White, Parks and Recreation Department, Grounds Athletic Complexes, 20 years. Cliff started working for the city on September 3rd, 2003 as a maintenance worker 1 for the Streets Division of Public Services. On October 2nd, 2005, he was transferred to Grounds as maintenance worker 1. He currently works for the Recreation Department as a parks worker. Notably, Cliff has received community praise for the great work he has done over the years for his assistance with the Apopka's many festivals and events. And that is our presentation, so give a big round for everybody today. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Make sure I'm in the best. I'm helping him accept.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, two sets of minutes. We got the regular council meeting minutes of September 20th and the tentative budget hearing minutes of September 20. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Any changes to the agenda? No, sir. Okay, all right. Proclamation, Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Well, I know for the employees who are still left in the building, we've all had to do our training, and I just finished mine up last week. Rob and his team, they try to trick you into doing something stupid, and every now and then they catch a couple of us, and we have to go to get our dunce cap, and we go to the corner for a week. But no, what they do is critically important. The team our IT team has kept us out of trouble. And I can tell you, there's a number of instances, cities and counties across the state and the nation that have been caught in some cybersecurity compromise, and it's cost them dearly. So it's very critical that we, as city employees and IT, keeps us on track, make sure that we do the right things, and without them, we could definitely get ourselves into some big trouble. So thank you, Rob, and the team from IT. So I want to read this proclamation. Whereas the city of Apopka recognizes that it has a vital role in identifying, protecting the citizens from, and responding to cyber threats that may have significant impact to our individual and collective security. And whereas critical infrastructure sectors are increasingly reliant on information systems and technology to support financial services, energy, telecommunications, transportation, utilities, healthcare, and emergency response systems. Whereas the City of Apopka Information Technology Department provides a comprehensive approach to help enhance the security of the city. And whereas this year marks the 20th year of Cybersecurity Awareness Month, the Stop, Think, Connect campaign serves as the global online safety awareness campaign to help all digital citizens stay safer and more secure online. The message was created by an unprecedented coalition of private companies, nonprofits, government organizations, as well as academic institutions working together to increase the understanding of cyber threats and empowering the American public to be safer and more secure online. And whereas the focus is on 4 key behaviors, including enabling multi-factor authentication, using strong passwords and a password manager, updating software, and recognizing and reporting phishing, and whereas maintaining the security of cyberspace is a shared responsibility in which each of us has a critical role to play, and awareness of computer security essentials will provide the security of the City of Apopka's information, infrastructure, and economy. And whereas the federal government of the United States of America, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, the National Association of State Chief Information Officers, the National Cybersecurity Alliance, all recognize October as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And whereas the city desires to bring greater awareness around these issues to both city staff and the citizens of Apopka, now therefore I, Brian Nelson, Mayor of the City of Apopka, do hereby proclaim October 23rd, October 2023 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month. So Rob, come on up and let's get a picture with you and your team.
Okay.
You got your, I'll say something.
Picture first.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mayor, Commissioners, I appreciate you bringing awareness to the security initiative that we conduct annually. We do it all throughout the year. This is not just something we do in October. And as you kind of stated yourself, this is a global issue. It's not just something related to Apopka. It's not just city government, county government, federal. It's individuals that are everyday people. Some things to think about whenever you're doing any emails or whatever you're doing online. Take a minute to actually look what you're clicking on. Look at the links. If you're getting an email from somebody that you know the address or the email address from them, but the writing doesn't look correct or the grammar is incorrect, maybe call them. Don't respond back in the email, because if that account has been compromised, they're certainly going to answer and say it is. Sure, it's me. So we get that quite often coming in, people trying to impersonate different employees. Another one had come through today, actually, to you from one of our employees wanting you to change his payroll or his banking account information for him. So it wasn't your bank account. but
I
it
mean,
came to you.
Remember that was several years ago.
Well,
they
that
tried
happened to you,
find it.
yes, but
Yeah.
this was just like I say, the occurrence of it is so frequent that, we block it and we kind of shut it down and, do our best to make sure they're not getting through so that it doesn't happen. But just each and every person, if you take a moment to actually look what you're doing, read the emails, even at a text message, you're going to get fooled more so with somebody actually trying to talk to you or through an actual email as opposed to them doing a brute force attack through your firewall. So pay attention to what you're looking at, and we do fish, like you say. We have a few people that are chronic clickers sometimes. They like to click on everything. Luckily, they do it off network, so I'm okay with that as the test, but just, vigilance is what we're asking for. And on behalf of my entire team, we appreciate you again bringing awareness to this.
Great, thank you. All right, public comment. Susan?
Yep, Rob Olson first.
Ron Olson, 3156 Rolling Hills Lanes, Apopka. I thank all of you again for all you do for the city. I know it's a tireless job, and you work hard at it. Several comments today. Northwest Recreational Complex. The fact that we have fees for field renters of 53 cents an hour to $98 is inexcusable. I've talked to you about it before. It's time to stop looking and nodding. It's time to do something about it. It's not fair to the children. Tennis, I see it's an agenda item later, but my only comment there is if it's a parent teaching their child, they shouldn't have to pay rent for it. I don't care if they have one ball or 100 balls, they shouldn't have to pay rent to use the field, to use the courts. If they're making money, then charge them. One ranger on Saturdays is ludicrous. This Saturday, we had rec soccer, we had travel soccer, we had lacrosse, we had football. We had baseball and we had softball with one ranger. It takes parents 15 to 20 minutes to get out of the parking lot. Extra rangers to help move traffic would be beneficial, and maybe even some police support to do that, especially Saturday mornings when you have all that traffic. Parents are trying to watch multiple children's games, they get locked up in the parking lot. Field conditions, there have been some minor improvements. The holes, some are looking a little bit better. But we need the new fields, we need to rest the fields, and we need to take care of the fields. The shooting, I don't want to beat this to death. We don't allow weapons in schools. We don't allow them in these chambers. They should not be allowed in public parks, period. My granddaughters and my daughter got out of the park just in time, but a lot of their friends were locked into a bathroom during this time. It's inexcusable. I know we can only control so much, but stop the weapons. Development, I've talked to you about that before. Think of two S's, schools, and think of setbacks. The fact that we have setbacks so short that one car can barely fit in there impedes our ability for our first responders to get to and from any incidents. City financial management, spend a little time there as well. Failing to plan is planning to fail. The fact that multiple departments, well, no, we can't get this now to the first of the budget year, says it's poor planning. In talking to Ed Bass a couple of years ago, I'm used to being business. Monthly P&L with all department heads. Profit and loss, you go over where you're at in the budget, what's ahead, what's behind, look at where we have any challenges coming up and move forward. Meeting we need as needed doesn't get it done. This is our taxpayers' money. This is our money. We have to hold our city, our administration accountable for every nickel that's spent. These are all fixable. It's in your hands, and we need to have it done now. Pause that development. Other communities have done it until we get our legs underneath it. Those in the audience, you have a voice. If you don't email, if you don't show up, if you don't text, if you don't come in and address it, it doesn't get done. It does not get done. And if not, just smile, nod your heads and say, hey, accept it. Thank you.
Albert McKimmey.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My experience with obtaining information from the city has been mixed. My experience with one department, the planning, has been much improved recently. However, we still have problems obtaining public records, supposedly based on other departments not providing information. We as residents demand accountability. As taxpayers who fund you, we should be given access to information. Currently, the mayor and city manager can remove any staff member. We have one case of a young engineer whose position was terminated due to his desire for accountability. So in a review of the city charter, many of us would like to see a weak mayor and a city manager. We'd like to see our commissioners be capable of removing any city employee by a simple majority vote. Our commissioners should also retain the ability to alter the wording of any documentation such as RFPs and the creation of positions for heads of department. 2 weeks ago today, I believe there was a major operation with respect to the supply of drugs. As yet, we have very little information about what happened in that raid. If we don't provide the community with information, then we have little chance of preventing these sort of things happening. Without our police force having a much higher public profile, it's hardly surprising that drug and gun crime in Apopka is disproportionate to what it should be. More traffic control, more stops might well result in taking illegal weapons off the streets and ensuring firearms are kept in a safe manner. We would really appreciate if in some way or other the city could arrange for reports to come out on a regular basis about crime prevention. We're not asking you to divulge any operational information, but we feel that we lack any information coming back to us. Thank you.
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia Street. Good afternoon. I'm sorry that I've missed 3 meetings due to some health issues. As I address the entire council, please understand I don't believe it's the council's fault, but the administration. See, I thought something maybe would have changed while I've been gone, yet I realize I was wrong. Just about 2 years ago, I brought to the city's attention that many city-owned properties are in disrepair. Other than mowing the grass, nothing has been done to correct them. No money apparently added to the budget to repair or raise them. It's been over a year since young Mr. Duran needlessly died due to a lack of training and supervision, yet no one's been held accountable. Why has the supposed ad hoc committee that was assigned by the mayor to investigate it not finished their investigation? Why was not the safety committee allowed to redo the investigation? It's been some time since the city invested millions of dollars in Camp Weewa, Yet, why has no money been budgeted for repairs? It's my understanding they finally got the fire alarm system working after they had it with kids on an overnight outing. By law, that's reckless endangerment. It's against the code. I don't know what kind of strings were pulled, but with no fire alarms, there shouldn't be anybody in the buildings. It's public buildings. Why are there people in the city that still don't know what's open to the public? Seems to me that including it in the water bill newsletter might work. But then with all the typos the city's had in memos lately, maybe we need a contractor to write the memos. It's been almost a year since the city received federal grants to repair concrete and asbestos piping. Has it been done? I haven't seen it. During this administration, the city has filed more lawsuits against taxpayers and been sued by more parties than ever in the history of this city. What's being done to fix that problem? We have a mayor who, when not attempting to trade or give away city assets, now he wants to give things to groups which he's listed as a board member on the LLC. That's a direct conflict of interest if he votes on it. He's trying to swap property to benefit select groups of residents instead of the good of the city. The administration's procrastination on issues leads me to the following questions. Where's the economic development director? Where's the new city manager? Where are the growth plans, such as a 5 or 10 or greater year plans? Where's the transportation and infrastructure plan? Why is the charter review being delayed? There's no reason it shouldn't have started already except for delayed tactics of this administration. Where's the forensic audit of the city finances since the one Florida bank debacle? Where's the honesty, the transparency, and the integrity of the administration? The taxpayers want to know. In short, this city's administration seems to be more interested in gain for certain politically connected officers and self-gratitude instead of the good of the city as whole. It's time to change the charter. It's time to put in effect an annexation and building hold until such time as these plans are in place. I have for months been waiting for a public information request that are being delayed by, I've been told, the attorney. I don't fault the city clerk. I fault the administration. You want to know why? The same public information request I gave to the city clerk, I was told it couldn't be fulfilled because the attorney was holding it up. Yet the state has already provided it. So it's so secret, why can the state provide all the information, yet the city can't? Delays, procrastination, and subterfuge.
Leroy Bell.
Leroy Bell, 2308 Blue Meadows Court, Mount Helen. Good afternoon. First, I'd like to stop and extend my condolences to Reverend Smith or Commissioner Smith on the loss of your pastor, Reverend Derrico. Outstanding man, a man that stood in the community for over 60 years. A true leader. And with that said, on the, you remember Dr. O came in a couple of meetings back and was talking about the advertisement. And if you remember, she said that it was a certain amount of money that was missing and couldn't be found. But somehow the money had been found. And it was found to be more than what she stated to the city council. This is the reason that we need a forensic audit. It's because of this administration ties with the ministers, his good friends like Rod Love, with their realtors. We need this forensic audit so we can find out where this money at. Because the IT man back there, I've been knowing this gentleman for a long time, and he just got up and told you guys about what was the biggest threat and cyber threat to Apopka, to this city. but I beg to differ with him. I think the biggest threat to Apopka is this mayor and his buddies. That he's shoving money in their pockets. And if we want to keep Apopka safe, we got to get him and his enablers out of Apopka.
Gareth, Leslie?
If we're here to talk about tennis, why don't we wait till we bring that item to the, thank you.
And Haley Smith?
I'm Haley Smith. I live on 2434 Dodge Court. So I'm here for some information about the trees in Piedmont Lakes. I've been furiously emailing everybody in town about it, but I don't have any answers. So can you guys give me any answers while I'm here?
I'm sorry, can you speak into the mic? I can hardly
Yeah,
hear you.
absolutely. I'm looking for answers about the trees in Piedmont Lakes, what the plan is, how long this plan is going to take, if the city has decided whether or not they're going to replace the trees, which I can't understand why they wouldn't. So I have a lot of questions. Can you guys answer them while we're here?
We'll probably have it back as a business item for next council meeting, 2 weeks.
So they already started cutting the trees, so.
Trees are, the trees that we're taking out, Josh is he's our guy in charge of that department, are ones that the arborists tell us that are need to be taken out. So
Sure.
we're taking out trees, only trees that have, at the end of their life.
Right. And then, for that future removal, is there any plan to replace them?
That's what would be in 2 weeks.
Okay. All right, thank you.
This was the trees, in which community?
Piedmont Lakes.
Oh, Piedmont Lakes.
Are you, to that end, I mean, Haley Smith? Yes. Ms. Smith, have you all been working with the HOA board or the community to kind of do a broad kind of update communication so that everybody's kind of aligned? Because there are, I mean, you sent a video, and I've been to the neighborhood several times before. I mean, there's a substantial amount of very mature oaks that line that street. I know that before, there was a resident that it was impacting utility or water infrastructure, and that was on a case-by-case basis, one was removed, but then it sounds like it's a more broad-scale rip and replace type of, so I think it would be advantageous for us to have a community session with that neighborhood. So
Why
that
don't you
everybody's aligned.
if you want to have Josh come up, just kind of tell them how we got to where we are. Because I think, when we started out, we had people would call us and say, I want to have this tree removed. And so they'd have to, based on our code, they'd have to get, an arborist come out and they'd charge them $250 to take a tree out. And so we're trying to be more proactive about, the whole, obviously, go back to the trees, oak trees should never been planted in that right of way with the amount of space we've got between the sidewalk and the road. So we, the city failed 25 years ago, allowing that to happen. But I think Josh has got a pretty good plan.
Yeah, we've kind of, we're dialing in on the plan. We break it up into 4 sections to make it a little more manageable. The trees have been identified and will have been identified. We'll do it again. We're going to do another inspection. Well, let me back up. First of all, yes, we're in direct communication with the president of the HOA on everything to do with it. And so, yeah, a couple of years ago, we had an arborist go through and she identified, the trees that were beyond, saving and should come out for safety reasons. We got a lot of concerns and questions, so we backed off. And then since then, we've just been doing them. It's just ad hoc. It's not part of our plan yet. It's ones that are just, usually because of a customer or resident demand or complaint about getting it out of there. The big limbs are falling or the tops falling of the trees. So we're responding to those just one off. But our plan with this fiscal year and we'll finalize it, like you said, here in a couple of weeks, is basically to go through, identify those trees that need to go based on the arborist, identify the trees that need to go because we're going to have to grind so many of the roots to repair the sidewalk, and then that would kill the tree, and we'll involve the arborist in that decision. And then once we have all the trees identified, Mike's going to plot them out on a map, PowerPoint, we'll share it with everyone, and it'll show exactly where the trees are that are going to go. And we'll do door hangers, we'll share it with the HOA as well. So everyone involved will kind of be in the loop on it. And then we'll remove the trees, fix the sidewalks, and then we'll fix the sidewalks and then do some restoration of the side and give all that debris time to compost. And then within 18 months, we'll then come back in with the replacements. Still working out who and how we're going to pay for all that, but the trees will be replaced.
Yeah, because I could tell the urgency when Ms. Smith emailed us, was it today or yesterday? I think if we can give assurance to the people that might be watching from her neighborhood too, it's not like we're going through and clear cutting a whole bunch of trees over the next,
No, if we're cutting a tree, it's because it's obviously dead and or the person who lives right next to it is afraid it's going to fall on their house. And it's just one off. We haven't implemented the plan, the comprehensive plan yet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Susan, anybody else? Okay, good enough. All right. We have 6 consent agenda items. Anybody need to pull any? If not, look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, business item, Northwest Rec Complex Tennis Court Rules and Regs. Bradley Williams.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Radley Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. I'm here this afternoon to discuss our Northwest Recreation Complex Tennis Court Rules and Regulations. In response to issues and incidents occurring at the Northwest Recreation Complex tennis courts throughout the year, our Parks and Recreation staff developed and implemented updates to the rules and regulations governing the use of the tennis courts. The rule updates were developed by staff with the methodology of common industry rules and regulations for similar types of park and recreation facilities. The rule updates also brought the Northwest Recreation Complex tennis courts more in line with the current rules and regulations for other athletic fields and courts managed by the Parks and Recreation Department. Some of the changes, some of the more major changes from the old rules were the fact that advanced court booking reduced from 7 days in advance to 72 hours in advance. But we also opened up court booking availability online through our website. Court reservations are now limited to 1 reservation per day per person. Court reservations are also now available for a minimum of 1 hour rental and a maximum of 2 hour rental. Courts that are not rented can be used on a first come, first served walk-up basis for no fee. Walk-up court usage is limited to 1 hour maximum per group. And individuals providing coaching lessons and or training must rent a court and will not be considered a first come, first served walk-up usage. In addition, liability insurance may be required for those instances. The court rental fee remain unchanged at $5 an hour plus tax. These rules were, and really while we're here today, I felt it was important to bring it to the council for some additional discussion. The rules were set in place with an effective date of July 31st. And most of the individuals at the court are complying with the new rules. They're booking online in the advanced window. But there are some individuals, and we've had some come to public comment at the past meetings, who feel they do not need to pay for the court usage. And that mainly as taxpayers of the city of Apopka, that a public tennis court should be available for them to use at no charge when they wish. In addition, there are some groups and individuals that are providing some coaching lessons services at the tennis courts. Again, with the new rules, that would be required to be a rental and required to provide additional certificate insurance to protect the city should an injury occur. Our standard operating procedures for handling rule violations at the Parks and Recreation facilities are as follows. Typically,
This is a national.
Really, too.
Yeah, say.
at least it's not 3 in the morning.
I didn't get it.
Here we go. Right on cue.
All right.
I got it.
Are you Android burst?
No, I'm iPhone.
Okay. Our standard operating procedures for handling rule violations at the parks and recreation facilities. Staff will notify the individual group of the rule violation and ask for compliance and maybe help answer questions if there are questions. If the individual or group continues the rule violation, staff will notify a supervisor and will again approach the individual to ask for compliance. If the rule violation continues, staff will request assistance from a supervisor to assist with the situation and may request assistance from the police department in those cases to ask the individual or group to leave due to not following the rules and regulations. And at the most drastic end, repeat rule violators may be trespassed from the park and recreation facility. Again, as I mentioned, due to the nature of the recent public comment and the continued struggle by staff to enforce the updated rules and regulations, myself and staff felt it necessary to bring this item to council for review and further discussion before proceeding with any elevated response by staff at the park. I know in the staff report, I did provide some additional options that were looked at for our rules and regulations. And staff still recommends that we continue with the July 31st rule updates and continue with enforcement.
So any questions for Radley?
I'll wait until after public comment.
Yes.
Same.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Penny Mays.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Penny Mays, and I reside at 983 Rock Creek Street in Apopka, over near the recreational fields. I'm coming today to speak on behalf of Tennis Galaxy, and I didn't put down for or against, but I am wanting you to have some information on the impact of having a trained coach or coaching staffs on a family. We have a family of 5. I have a 3rd grader at Kelly Park School, a 9th grader, and a 10th grader at Apopka High School. Both who are athletic, but my 9th grade girl did not start out that way. She had a very hard beginning. It took us about until she was in 2nd grade to find out she had what's called a binocular vision issue. And because of that, she can't track something from one half of her brain to the other, or from one eye to another, without her brain getting a little bit jumbled up. We thought, oh, she just doesn't want to learn to read. She's just being a lazy kid. We were doing everything at home until finally a teacher at Wolf Lake Elementary School pointed out we should have her checked out. The vision therapy for Layla's insurance would have been $2,500 a month. That's something with a family of 5 you just cannot afford, right? You can't put that into the budget, not including the lost hours at work, and I'm an hourly employee, even though I've been an attorney for 18 years. So that all factors into what you can and can't do for your family. Layla couldn't ride a bike. She couldn't balance on the bike, and it all had to do because of her not being able to track. She could use one eye perfectly, but once both of her eyes were trying to be used in tandem, they just wouldn't work right. So it was actually through Tennis Galaxy that Layla learned how to have eye teaming in her muscles. She had to track that little green ball back and forth. She started Tennis Galaxy in 3rd grade. She's now in 9th grade. She's in honors classes. And I attributed that not only to Tennis Galaxy, but the grit. You know, when you learn a sport, you learn that if you fail, you get up and try it again, right? You keep doing that little bitty nuance of a thing over and over until you get it right. And Coach Peter and his staff was always very patient and very caring and loving to Layla. She was quite disappointed when she made the drum line in 9th grade. She was happy to begin the drum line, but sad that she could only go 1 day a week now. And Tennis Galaxy worked with us to make sure that was still an option for her. And I even say, you know, it helps Layla with drumming, only because drumming is not one of those things where your hands can be in syncopation. Actually, one hand works independently of the other. Plus, you have to be able to read sheet music. I just remember we tried to start in piano, and we were just like, girl, you just don't want to learn piano. You're just spending my money. I'm going to take you out of piano. But once again, the sheet music was so small that the notes on the page appeared in different spots every time she went to go read it. Now she's reading sheet music left and right, and she's been playing the clarinet for 3 years. So I think sometimes, you know, there are instances when parents can do the best that they can for their kids, but there's other times when we have to look outside of the box to figure out something else that works for your family and to give your kids more confidence. So I appreciate Tennis Galaxy for that. And the other part of that, I hear the leisure department talking about liability. Being a lawyer for that long, I know I signed a legal disclaimer for Tennis Galaxy, and if I didn't like it, I wouldn't have signed it. But I do believe they keep all the kids safe. If the courts are too wet, they're not able to be worked on, they find other ways to teach them, either in the classroom or just by doing other exercises where they don't have to use the wet courts. So I think they take all safety precautions necessary. We all do know accidents do happen, but if there's disclaimers or waivers signed by the individuals, I would think that would be acceptable to the city attorney to take a look at those and make sure that they're suitable for the city as well.
Carlos Gonzalez.
Hi, good afternoon. Carlos Gonzalez. The absolute pleasure to meet you guys, Madam Commissioner, Mr. Commissioner, and of course, Mr. Mayor. This is the first time I'm presenting or speaking with any of you, but my experience in doing such things is actually quite immense in another state. I also sat on a similar bench as you guys did. But that being said, I only mention that because a large part of my work was judging people's character. And I say that literally because that was my work. I was a judge. And I intended today to come and make a presentation more so about the quality of the education of Tennis Galaxy. That's not the direction I want to go at all. And I don't think Coach Peter knows that this is the direction I'm going to go, because I didn't know until this very moment. So Monday morning, I had a lesson scheduled for my daughter, who's sitting here, Bree, with Coach Peter. It turns out we had to cancel the lesson for weather reasons. But as I'm leaving the court, I see a necklace with an A on the ground. And I, of course, walk it over to Coach Peter, who's working with another student at that time. And he mentions that in passing. He doesn't say it to impress me. He doesn't say it to have any emotional impact upon me. He just states very matter-of-factly that, unfortunately, this was as a result of them attempting to get the children out during the shooting that occurred while they were teaching other children tennis. I say this to impact because we had some wonderful police officers presented here today that received awards for service. And if neither of those officers could have been there on the day of the shooting, and given that my daughter might have been there, the only thing I'm thankful for is for the fact that Coach Tony and Coach Peter could have been there or would have been there. And not only that, they aided in ushering the children to safety. I then look at the highlights that are presented here of the July amendment that all look very reasonable to me. And the reason I say that is we've gone to other places to play tennis. I make reservations here. It's relatively easy to make reservations for courts. I show up and I play with my daughter at different instances. Sometimes I show up with 100 balls and I hit them towards her. There's no issue. But what I cannot expect is, for example, I showed up here today. There were quite a few people because it was quite a bit of an audience here today, but there wasn't a single parking spot outside. My attitude could literally not be, I'm a taxpayer, where is my parking spot? It would be absolutely unreasonable for me to take that position. Instead, I drove 2 blocks away, I parked myself, and I walked in and I made my presentation. I do have one other concern, and I think this, I presented myself as presenting informationally only, because I do not wish to take any side in this battle. But that being said, I do think the issue of insurance is extremely important, because arguably, if my child has signed a waiver and my child is playing with Tennis Galaxy, but if there is something else professionally going on that court that is outside of the scope of the control of Apopka, and there's no insurance there, that potentially creates a situation with greater liability. And it creates greater liability not only for Tennis Galaxy, but also for Apopka technically, because if it's an issue that's presented, and from my perspective, I apologize, I don't mean to give an interpretation here, but if an issue is presented and it's not addressed, if there is a potential issue in the future, arguably some plaintiff could theoretically then include the city as a defendant, although the children may have signed waivers. They signed waivers as to known. I thank you for my time. Again, it was an absolute pleasure. I look forward to speaking with you all again.
Darren Jolly.
Darren Jolly, 2479 Ponkin Summit Drive. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I stand before you today to discuss how the recently implemented Northwest Recreation Complex tennis court policy has impacted individuals like me, businesses such as Tennis Galaxy. This policy has not only disrupted my financial engagement with Tennis Galaxy, but has also created logistical challenges in accessing tennis services. Sorry, catching my breath, a little nervous. Under the new policy, Tennis Galaxy consumers, including myself, are now burdened with the responsibility of booking and paying for tennis courts under their services. This requirement is counterintuitive when dealing with any tennis service and goes against all industry standards and best practices I've encountered over 30 years of my involvement in recreational play. I find myself in an uncomfortable position of being the intermediary where I must initiate business transactions for Tennis Galaxy services merely to allow them to operate their business model with the city. This shift in treating a business entity like an individual, subject to these policies, creates unnecessary complications and frustrations for consumers and logistical burdens on the park staff themselves. More specifically, the new policy dictates that Tennis Galaxy representatives can only book 1 court per day per person. This limitation severely hampers the efficiency of their operations. How can Tennis Galaxy function effectively when such restrictive measures are in place? It is within this limitation that places a significant burden on tennis players who rely on Tennis Galaxy services and chokes the very essence of the local and legitimate Apopka business. Most concerning is the ambiguity within the policy regarding individuals providing coaching, lessons, and training for financial gain. While the policy states that these individuals must rent a court, it fails to specify required background checks, business licensing, certification authorities, or the extent of liability insurance. This lack of clarity has resulted in confusion among trainers and coaches, leading to heated verbal disputes on the tennis courts in front of children. The overall absence of transparent guidelines and lack of their enforcement by the city has opened the door to inconsistent policy application, giving rise to perceptions of favoritism, where the few doing wrong outweigh the many doing right. You may be wondering why I take such a strong position in this matter and in defense of Tennis Galaxy. It's simple. Tennis for me has always been more than a sport. It's a source of mental peace, physical vitality, and soulful connection. Businesses like Tennis Galaxy provide not just a service, but a sanctuary for individuals seeking to nurture their minds, bodies, and souls through the sport of tennis. I seriously can't thank them enough, and the least I can do today is speak in defense of their mission. I urge the City Council to reevaluate and clarify the ambiguous aspects of this policy. Clear, transparent guidelines are essential to ensure fairness and equality for all individuals and businesses involved. Tennis Galaxy and its consumers, like me, deserve a policy framework that fosters a thriving tennis community, supports local businesses, and eliminates unnecessary complications. Thank you for your attention, and I trust that you will consider these concerns seriously as you continue your deliberations on this matter. Thank you.
Peter Fazekas. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, members of the City Council. Allow me to start by saying that standing up here by this podium is every bit as nerve-wracking as I thought it would be. Needless to say that I would feel significantly more comfortable standing on a tennis court somewhere teaching a class to middle schoolers. I would like to thank our Park and Rec Director, Radley Williams, for bringing this item to the City Council for discussion. This discussion is clearly necessary and resolutions need to be found. My name is Peter Fazekas, and I live at 724 Via Milano at Errol Estates. I am the founder, owner, and one of the instructors of Tennis Galaxy. I have been providing tennis instructions to the members of this community for 20 years. It would be futile for me to hide the fact that I have a dog in this race. Community tennis has been not only my livelihood, but also my life. Over the last decade, due to the successful collaboration between Tennis Galaxy and the great city of Apopka, the number of players at the Northwest Rec Complex grew exponentially. This is a great success story for everyone participating. The facility that was mostly empty 10 years ago is now filled with happy residents, and for a few hours a day, it's about to split by the seams. Reasonable and enforceable rules and regulations are needed to ensure peaceful and productive operation. There is not one person in this community who has spent more time on these courts than I have and intends to do so in the next decade. My observations, suggestions, and requests were shared with you in an email yesterday, and I just presented them to you in print. Everything that I say here today can be and probably will be heard as an effort of a businessman trying to protect his business. I am proud to say that my business is community tennis. Let's protect it together. If you believe that my experience in this field can be helpful in this discussion, I am here to answer any question. Thank you.
Stefan Skeleton. Skeleton? I'm sorry.
Close enough. Yes, it's It's a doozy, sorry. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stefan Skalnikin, 4376 Berry Oak Drive in Apopka. And my wife and I and our son moved here 3 years ago to Apopka, and we were very excited to find a home over by the Northwest Recreational Complex. It has a ton of amazing amenities, as you know. And we used to play tennis casually, but we didn't really know what we were doing, just kind of slapping the ball around the court. And it wasn't until we met representatives from Tennis Galaxy that helped us to love the sport, and now really it's a passion in our lives. And for those that have a passion, a hobby, whatever it might be, it can consume you, sometimes in a bad way, sometimes in a good way. In this case, tennis has consumed us in the best way. And it's increased our mental health, our physical health. Now for me personally, I know I'm a big guy. I used to be about 20 pounds bigger, so we're going the right direction. And that's due to playing tennis and running around the court and sweating like crazy out there. And my family as well has benefited greatly. So I got my wife here, Jamie, wave, and my son Kai. Hi, there he is. And they're both also involved with tennis at the Northwest Recreational Complex. So the relationship the city has with Tennis Galaxy is probably one of our favorite things about the city of Apopka, because it's so involved with our life. I can tell you that hundreds of citizens go out weekly to perfect their game, and it's because of the relationship that the city has with Tennis Galaxy. People young, old, in between. And we've got people in some of my classes in their 80s, and they beat me. Keep believing that. Darn it. And my son, he's 8 years old, and he plays tennis as well. So it really involves many citizens in Apopka in many different ages, and being outside, getting exercise, all the good things that come with it. So why does this all matter? For me, I'm concerned for the future of the relationship with Tennis Galaxy and the city, which has gone beautifully for the last decade or so, as far as I understand. There's friction at the courts, we know that, right? This group doesn't like this group sometimes, and you reserve a court and there's someone on your court and you've got to talk with them, there's confrontation. Coach Peter, he didn't mention it, but he was assaulted by somebody at the courts, and he didn't press charges, he didn't seek the law to do anything. Why is that? Because him, like me, wants to see a fair and equitable solution to the issue that's going on. Otherwise, he could have got the police involved, but he didn't do that because that's not how he wants to handle things. That's not how I want things, handled in the situation. As far as I know, Tennis Galaxy has followed their contract to the letter. We followed all rule changes. I know because I'm involved with reserving courts so we can play tennis. I'm involved with helping out as much as I can. It'd be easier if they could do it for us, like it used to be. But now I'm helping out because that's how I can get out there to the tennis courts and play tennis. And we're doing it, I feel, the right way, the way that it should be done. I know others have been adamant that they're not going to follow the rules. They say, we're not going to do it, you can't make us. That's their choice, but the rules are there for a reason. But the problem is when the rules are not enforced, why have the rules? I mean, you can tell people they have to wear yellow tennis shoes to play tennis, but you don't enforce the rules, nothing changes. So those rules need to be enforced. I'm asking you, please, don't penalize the citizens that are following those rules just because others won't. You know, the ones that are following rules shouldn't be penalized because others just decide not to. The relationship you have with Tennis Galaxy is valuable to the community. It enriches the community, and that's part, as you probably know, of the mission statement for Parks and Recreation, to enrich the community. That relationship is enriching the community without a doubt. Hundreds of people are benefiting from it. And if anything were to jeopardize that relationship, I can tell you that there would be hundreds of citizens in the area that would be jeopardized, including myself, my son, and my wife. Thanks for your time.
William Tobias.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your time today. Several people have spoken very eloquently about the situations that we have today out at the tennis courts. I was here a month or so ago and spoke about the same problem. Essentially, my opinion on that hasn't changed. We don't have enough courts to supply the demand at peak times during the day. I think the rules that were in place originally seem to be functioning properly. I was able to reserve courts. I always reserve a court because if I'm going to drive a few minutes to go play tennis, I've gotten myself ready, putting all my gear on, loaded stuff in the car. I want to play when I get there, so I reserve a court so that I know when I get there I can play. The drop-in play process where you could walk up and play never seemed to work from my perspective. I'm not sure how anybody as an individual would be able to manage that with another person that's playing. You show up, that person should only supposed to be playing for an hour due to the original rules. How is the person that shows up that wants to play, that hasn't made a reservation, how do they know how long that person's been playing? And when that person's time is up, is that person going to leave the court? Maybe they haven't finished the amount of tennis playing that they wanted to do. But if there's not somebody that's there to monitor the courts in a much more rigorous way than it seems like they have been, I'm not sure how you can make any of those processes work. I think several people have said rules are in place, rules need to be followed. I think when rules are in place and they're not followed and they're not enforced, that makes the situation even worse than it was to begin with because it leaves people with an expectation that rules don't have to be followed. I can just do whatever I want. And if I want to stay on the court all night long, I can stay on the court all night long because nobody's there to tell me I can't. Some comments about the specific proposals. I think items that number 3, 4, and 5, I don't see how those are workable at all when it takes the ability to rent or reserve courts away from the public. People that are invested in playing want to be able to play when they go. If they can't make a reservation because new rules go into place, I expect the people will not show up. I'm not going to, spend time getting ready, driving there, meeting somebody there to play to find out, well, I can't play. There's too many people on the court. So I don't think any of those 3 options are workable. I think one last comment about Tennis Galaxy. Trying to apply rules that work for an individual to a group like that doesn't seem to make sense to me. When Tennis Galaxy reserves courts, they're not reserving a court for themselves. They're reserving a court for their customers. Members of the city, people that live here, people that want to play tennis. And it's not usually just them and one other person. Many times it's them plus 4, 5, 10 people. So I think reservations, trying to treat them in the same way that you do treat individuals from a reservations perspective, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Others have commented on the challenges that have been associated with that so that we can reserve courts so that when a group of people want to play, it's become much more complicated than it used to be. So again, I think reviewing these rules, coming up with something that works for everyone is the right thing to do. But I think the rules have to be enforced. If you're going to put rules in place that you're not comfortable enforcing for some reason, then they're not serving any purpose whatsoever except to create more strife on the courts because you have people that are trying to follow the rules and then people that don't, and that creates a lot of tension out there. So that's all I'd like to say today. I appreciate your time today. I hope you guys have a great afternoon.
You too.
Betsy Draper.
She's outside. 4 and 5.
Her back is
Oh, okay. Claire Romeliard.
Hi, my name is Claire, and I'm 13 years old. I've been playing tennis with Tennis Galaxy for almost 4 years. I'm very worried about cutting tennis court times. It would not only hurt me, but also my coaches, Coach Tony and Coach Peter. Coach Peter and Coach Tony are wonderful. They understand how I think and how I learn. And I have an amazing bond with Coach Tony and Coach Peter. If our program is cut, a lot of our other kids and players would miss the program, and that would not be okay. The coaches go out of their way to help the kids, and that is what makes it so much fun. Tennis with this program is fun. They joke with us and they make it exciting. I love playing tennis with Tennis Galaxy. They are awesome. We hope Tennis Galaxy can continue to work as it has and not cut our court time. Thank you.
William Rancy.
Oh, Rainey.
I'm sorry.
That's
Rainey.
okay.
Rainey.
Hello, everyone. My name is William Rainey. I go by Tony. I live at 8 East Sandpiper Street in Apopka. I am one of the coaches with Tennis Galaxy, so I also have a little bit of dog in the race, but I'm going to give a brief statement. I stand before you today to discuss the vital role, to me, that community tennis plays in the city of Apopka. Tennis is not just a sport, but it's a catalyst for building a stronger, healthier, and more connected community. I'm a part of an organized tennis program that does just that. I didn't have the opportunity growing up to be a part of an organization such as Tennis Galaxy. My father played tennis all around Orlando, won many tournaments and events. However, his tennis time was just that. It was his time. And our family did not have the means to put me in or know of a community tennis program that was affordable, such as the one I am currently a part of and coaching. Around 3 years ago, I moved back to Orlando and then to Apopka and found Jason Dwelly Park. And And I began a journey of getting back into shape, to bettering my mental health, and a hope of finding like-minded individuals to form friendships with on the court. Tennis court for me has always been a place that I could find respite and enjoyment. Over the first year of playing, I began to find a new passion in life, and along the way, made many new friends and acquaintances, some of whom are in this room today. One of those people is Coach Peter Vazakash. He gave me an opportunity, and it was an opportunity to not only change my life, but to help change others as well. At 41 years old, with no collegiate tennis background and only a recreational tennis player, I quit my job as an appliance repairman and became a certified tennis instructor. It was an enormous leap of faith, and Coach Peter's belief in what I could do and could accomplish helped shift and change my life in a way that I never dreamed would be possible. And that in turn became my goal with my own students, young and old. And for the past 2 years, I've coached hundreds of students from ages 5 to 85. It never ceases to amaze me what everyone is capable of with words of encouragement, with quality instruction, and the desire to do a good job. Our organization provides that. It provides a community service to a grateful community. Seeing children and adults smile and laugh on the tennis court is truly the greatest joy of my job, and I am beyond lucky to get to do what I do today. When we provide opportunities for people to come together and play, we create social bonds that can last a lifetime. We get to change lives. Whether it's children learning the sport for the very first time, adults taking the plunge into something new, or seniors enjoying a friendly match, tennis encourages social interaction and builds a sense of unity among our diverse population. Our role at Tennis Galaxy is just that, to promote a community-based, fun, safe, responsible environment for tennis to thrive in Apopka, for relationships to grow and encouragement to be found in abundance. That's what we do. We are community tennis, and I am privileged to be a part of that community. So I thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Stephen McCullough.
Hello, my name's Steve McCullough, 20253 Sugarloaf Mountain Road, Claremont. We moved to this community for tennis because we kind of outgrew our other tennis organization that we was with in Claremont. Although I am third generation from Apopka, I live over just on the edge of Orange County and I own Sugarloaf. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and the commissioners for listening to us, and Ms. Bone for how quick she handled my records request, and also Mr. Williams for how fast I received everything. It was the same day. Never happened before in my life. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Steve McCullough, and I sent you the email address, tennis@the.Jason I don't know if you read it, but if you haven't, please do. Today I stand before you to advocate passionately for the continuation of Tennis Galaxy. With its history, numerous benefits, Tennis Galaxy plays an essential role in this community, promoting physical fitness, camaraderie, and strong sense of community while providing educational benefits to homeschooled children. This sense of community is invaluable, especially in a world that often feels increasingly disconnected. This is all provided with no additional cost to the city. In fact, the fees that Coach Peter pays with Tennis Galaxy offset the cost of the yearly maintenance of all 4 courts. So it costs the city nothing to operate that entire facility for 365 days because of what Coach Peter pays per contract. The tennis facility literally costs taxpayers or the city nothing to operate. Can you say that for any other facility owned or ran by the rec department? Baseball, football, etc. This program contributes to the vitality of our city and attracts visitors and people that come here and spend money, which will also help add to the tax base. While I'm here, I go shop, I do different things as well, and I appreciate the opportunity that y'all have given Tennis Galaxy. In conclusion, my support for Tennis Galaxy and the continuation of this program in Apopka is not just about playing sports. It's about fostering a sense of belonging, promoting health and fitness, supporting local business, and allowing Tennis Galaxy to remain a customer will invest in the future of this community, ensuring Apopka remains a vibrant and close-knit city that offers a plethora of sports. I urge you to support the continuation of Coach Peter and Tennis Galaxy and to recognize the profound impact that he has on lives of citizens from cradle to grave. Concerning Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Radley Williams, heed for the direction on where he needs to go for rule violators. I have deep concerns about it too. I've witnessed it personally between altercations and everything else. People blatantly disregard established policy and regulations. It is imperative that we address these issues and address them promptly because of the altercations that happen. If we need to enforce policies and maintain order, safety, and well-being of our city. As a non-commissioned officer and a combat veteran, I assure you that following rules and regulations, maintain order, and in certain situations saves lives. Our policies and regulations are not arbitrary. They are very carefully crafted to ensure the safety, harmony, and equitable treatment of all the residents. Furthermore, the allowance of these policies and policy violators are increasingly have made them a lot bolder. For instance, yesterday I was at the courts. My daughter was trying to enter to go to Tennis Galaxy, and one of the persons I believe that's at question had the audacity to come hold the gate on her and would not let her in until his students finished their rally. That's not the position of someone that is down there visiting or a coach to block people access to a public tennis court. There's 4 courts, not one. It's not his. In fact, the person, from my understanding and from following the rental agreements, and when they're available, the person has not even rented it. His name's not on the net, and it shows no rental agreements. I appreciate your time.
Gareth Leslie.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been here several times before, and I'll try to do this right this time. How does Tennis Galaxy have a contract to conduct business on one court, but yet reserves court number 3 and number 2 at times, and still conduct business? How is that? He has a contract here for one court. Anybody ever seen this? A contract for one court. Do not reserve the court under the business name, but under the student's name, and they carry on business as usual. Since they are conducting a business additionally on an additional court, are they paying fees for the additional court besides the court rentals? He has a contract for one court, but yet he's conducting business on 2 other courts at times. 1 other court every day. Is there additional fee as a business owner to conduct business on that court? Again, the contract is here, right? And if he would abide by these contracts, there would be less conflict because there would be more courts for the community. But when you're taking up 75% of the court at times, it's not right. Mr. Radley had put a reservation system in place, which I honor respectfully. I think with the reservation system, that will work just fine. As far as not allowing parents to teach their kids on these courts, I think we're entitled to that as taxpayers. I see people on the basketball court just yesterday having clinics or teaching. I jog around the court, around the pond with my daughter and her friends. Am I going to be charged for that too as well? I see it everywhere. I see people in the park. What do they call that fitness stuff where they put all the fitness in one? I see people doing that at the park. Are they charged for that as well? I mean, my folks always said, at least my grandmother always said, is anyways, where did I leave off? So I cannot teach my own daughter and her friends she plays USTA junior tournaments with. If I don't pay the park, I can't play. Or we can't practice, even though if it's a walk-up court. I respect the reservation system. If somebody's there, I respect that. I honor that. But no one's in the court. If I don't play, I cannot play. Right? If I do pay, I can play. To me, that sounds gangster, if you ask me. As a taxpayer, I should be able to teach my girls, my kids, on this court without having to pay an additional fee and without being harassed. Now, I agree with what everyone is saying here about Coach Peter and Tony, that he provides a valuable service to some of these people. But at the end of the day, it's a business. And I don't know who allowed someone to conduct business, revenue, and taking up the taxpayers' time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Muir.
Present.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mayor. Hi, Di. Okay, I've been living here since 2014, 1224 Sharpton Court. And I've been playing tennis by the Recreation Center. There was no Peter and Tennis Galaxy at the time. I've been listening to what these people are saying. Yes, they benefit from Peter and whatever. He has contracted one court, and as far as I see, he has outgrown the court. Why not build their own court or something? I don't know, but it's not fair to us as taxpayers. We can't go on and say, let's go play. We have to wait when we look all reservations, and it's the students from Peter's school that is reserved. So the time that I go out there to play, I can't play. It's just not fair. And to me, we only have 4 courts. I'm not sure if you guys are going to build another court. So I suggest that maybe he has to go rent somewhere else, build some courts for himself, but he has outgrown the courts. A lot of people have moved in, residents, and they want to play too. Why should we be paying $5 to go play over there? We're paying taxes. Okay? I'm a taxpayer, I'm a voter, I'm everything. I've met with this gentleman before, and he told us that maybe we're going to get more courts. In the time being, please, Peter, we need to play too. I've seen like you have like 100 students over there. It's only 4 courts. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Radley, come on back up. Why don't you start out and give us, I know that we have a piggyback on, one of the first things I know you're going to working on is tennis and pickleball courts.
Yeah, correct. We have the funding in the budget this year to begin the phase 1 of that tennis and pickleball project. So we do have a piggyback that we're researching to possibly get that contract started sooner than the bid process. But that's one of our main priorities in the Parks and Rec Department, are the tennis courts, pickleball, and soccer fields. So.
Okay, questions?
Do you want to start?
Yeah, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, well, in full disclosure too, my daughters have taken instruction with Coach Peter in times in the past. They're not current students of Tennis Galaxy, not because of the quality of instruction. It's just they're, like Ms. May's kids, we're different ages and their interests change as the wind blows. In all fairness to Mr. Leslie, we're 2 tennis courts down than what we were 8 years ago because we built a splash pad over 2 of them. So I take ownership there in terms of the scarcity of tennis courts because we kind of paved over 2 of them probably to perpetuate this issue. And again, like many things that come through these chambers, there's going to be people that leave that door threshold today not happy. And so we've got to come up with the best solution possible here. Two things that are non-negotiable for me, first and foremost, is we have to commit as a city, as a staff, that we are enforcing whatever rules, policies that we have in place, whether it's, if it's dictated by staff and you have that authority, what you have at the time, or whether it's a full vote of this council, not just the rules and procedures, but really a white glove treatment of those that use the facility. I know that there was an email, I think last weekend, may have been from Coach Tony, talking about, the reservations were not properly posted, which led to some conflict and things like that. So making sure that whatever we've said that we're going to do as a city, we commit to doing it, and it's a quality for anybody that's using those 4 courts. Another non-negotiable for me, because one of the options that you had on the lead-in packet was a full cancellation of the contract. I think that would be a bad form, not respectful of the partnership, and I don't want to re-legislate that at this point. I mean, the contract goes through September, I believe, of next year, and I don't think that would be worthwhile effort to strike that at this point. And so really, from our meeting on Monday, it seems to be that the biggest sticking point right now is the payment to reserve the courts at that time. Obviously, and I say partnership, and you all use terminology, right? Because it's a rental agreement.
It's a rental agreement, correct, yes.
But I don't view it as such. And I know that Mr. Leslie made the comment of why that is, why do we have that relationship? And it does go back, and prior to 2014, it was still a relationship, just in a different venue, from my understanding. But years ago, when it was more of a partnership agreement, because it was a rev share agreement at one point, versus just a hard charge in terms of a monthly fee, which is more of a rental style of an agreement. We sat in these chambers and I advocated for Tennis Galaxy then, because whether it's Tennis Galaxy or insert qualified name to do it, I think it's advantageous for the city to have a tennis program because it is so popular. Obviously, the benefits are the same to anybody that spoke today. They all see the same benefits in tennis. And if we don't have the staff on hand to play that role, we should play that role, because obviously there's value of people that take those lessons. In preparation of today, I had people who I'm friends with who have kids in Tennis Galaxy speak on behalf, and those kids' parents who also take lessons speak on behalf. And I get the concept of we pay the tax dollars, and we should have equitable rights to those assets, and fair. But equitable in this case is there's paid fee by people that reserve those courts. There's fees paid by the current contractual operator of those courts. So to say that there's not going to be money exchanging hands, I think is not a reasonable course of action in this case. Unless I hear something else from my colleagues up here, it seems reasonable up until the contract is up with the Tennis Galaxy next September, is that the rules that you have in place right now, I think, are fair, and we should enforce those rules. In the contract with Tennis Galaxy, there's no provisions or preclusions from them not being able to rent the courts or reserving the courts as you've outlined. So I don't know that we would be able to enforce that. They can't do that from a legal perspective. But what I don't have a good sense of is, when I took my girls up for practice, I saw Mr. Leslie and others practicing and giving instruction and doing all that sort of stuff on the courts. What I don't have a good sense is how many times do we have members of the public that are just so pent up and frustrated that call it whatever the entity is, but there's instruction going on and a lay person is not able to make a reservation just to play casual tennis.
Right. So kind of give you some background on, since we implemented the updated reservation policy, majority of the court bookings are happening on court 3, and then obviously court 4 is Tennis Galaxy. But if you go out and see the courts at night, and every court is slam packed, and Mr. Gareth is one of the individuals on one of the courts for many hours majority of the week. So I think, and this has kind of been going on for a little while. So I think what's happened is people might not be willing to kind of go after that court to utilize it because it's being used by Mr. Leslie on a frequent basis. So courts 1 and 2, and they are available for rental. We could rent them today if we wanted to. If somebody wanted to go online and book the court, it is available for rental. I think the conflict that we're having is we're trying to enforce the rules of walk-up play is an hour minimum or hour maximum. And if you're providing instruction, coaching, teaching, we're going to ask you to rent that court. Because if you drive up and you see every court has teaching equipment on it or are doing drills with individuals or groups, you're not going to think that's a walk-up opportunity, if that makes sense.
And again, I think this goes back to my first comment, is the non-negotiable piece of there should be clarity provided by staff at all stages, whether or not the process right now is to print the sheet and everything is clear about every court. It's encumbered for these times, maybe even future.
And we do, staff does post, we do post daily schedules. I do understand we had an issue a couple Saturdays with that not getting posted properly. But yeah, the process is for us to post daily what those court reservations are for the day, so that it is noticed out on the courts on who's got what court. And if it is open, again, we still have an opportunity for a walk-up play. We're just asking that the walk-up is your casual play. You're going to come play, hit the ball around for about an hour, and go on your way. Beyond that, we'd ask you to reserve the court to avoid any of those issues of walk-ups or people not feeling comfortable seeing if the court's available.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, because again, we can't sit up here and just assume that just because we don't get communication or emails or calls from people that are outside the instruction aspect of things, that just are wanting to come up there and play casually after work or in the evening at some point. I've never personally received any communication from a member of the public to say, oh my gosh, I'm so frustrated because I've tried to reserve week after week after week and they're always booked and I'm never able to play. I've not received that. So I was just trying to understand what the traffic jam looks like.
Right.
So, okay.
And the courts are pretty much used in that evening time frame, Monday through Friday. You're not going to find space. 2 of the courts are reserved with rentals. The other 2 are walk-up in nature right now, but they should be rentals.
So after 5, who's actually from our staff at the courts?
So our athletic staff is at the complex. Now they will go from the courts to the fields and make rounds throughout the facility. So that's where the schedule comes in place and our staff is to check in to make sure rentals are happening. We don't have a dedicated person that sits there from 5 to 9 at the courts.
Well, when we sat yesterday, I didn't realize that you were considering a full cancellation.
No, staff is recommending to continue with the rules implemented on July 31st. What I felt necessary to provide were some options or some other discussion points. But no, staff is not recommending that at all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I do remember Mr. Peter from years and years ago. He was at another facility, then he came to ours. And it's only really been in the last couple of years that we've had some issues with the courts. We've been saying that we're going to get new courts. So the question is, I heard the mayor say that we're looking at a piggyback contract. So kind of just give me a little time frame. What is that?
Correct. So there's a piggyback option we are looking at through Sourcewell, cooperative procurement. So that timeline would be, we pull that down, we send it to the finance department for review and legal review, and then that would come to you for approval for the piggyback, and then we'd work out the contract with the company. Might take a month to get the contract sorted, and then we could move on with a design build of that
How many
facility.
courts are we looking to build?
In phase one, which we have budgeted, are 5 additional tennis courts and up to 10 pickleball courts.
And that's what we discussed in the past. It's what I was talking about before, having a partnership, because it's almost like tennis instruction as a service, if you will. I mean, it's not a city-led initiative, but it's a service that's provided to our public. And that would be something that, hey, come next September, we create a formal RFP for that service, put it out for bid, and then have qualified companies that are doing this. Obviously, Tennis Galaxy being one of them, or whomever else that's providing instruction on the court, have that opportunity to say, hey, I want to be your preferred provider of this service.
Correct.
Because I think at the end of the day, that might be causing some confusion is, there was a purpose, there was an intentional entering into this agreement with Tennis Galaxy at that point when it was originally established to do this level of service on behalf of the city. And unless our attorney says that that is not legally permissible, my assumption is we can enter into these types of agreements on a one-off basis. We do it at the ball fields, on the grass fields. And then the nature of basketball is just different in terms of, pick up basketball games,
play,
things like
correct.
that. But, from a legal perspective, it's appropriate that we have that. And then, when we do have those courts, hopefully sooner rather than later, we can enter into a more structured agreement so that everybody's clear about what we're doing.
Correct. The intention of staff is to begin developing that RFP bid process while we're doing the construction so that we can also bid that out next year, again, to obtain services for the tennis professional services to provide programming for the City of Apopka Parks and Recreation Department. So that is the intent of staff.
Mr. Smith?
Oh, yes, I guess answer one of the questions as to who monitors the court. And you said there's a employee that circles back around to all the fields, not just maintains the tennis courts. Then you said that 2 of the courts are rented, and I understand Tennis Galaxy has one who's the rental for the other court.
It's the individuals that submit their rental reservation online. So I believe some of them do rent the court and then receive services from Tennis Galaxy.
Okay, so one of the courts is strictly for reservations and the other 2 are open? No.
All 3 courts, with the rules that we've implemented, all 3 courts are intended for reservation with still the opportunity for walk-up play with the restrictions of it's supposed to be an hour of walk-up. And for coaching, training, teaching, lessons, we are asking that they rent the court and potentially provide us a certificate of insurance. If it's a parent, child doing some training, rent the court, we may not ask them for the insurance. If it's noticed that these are different people coming in to receive training or coaching, or we would ask for that insurance as additional protection.
Right, so if there's a parent or a student that's taking lessons from Tennis Galaxy and they make reservations for one of the other courts outside of Court 4, so they're paying the $5?
Correct. They're paying, likely, most times they're paying for a 2-hour rental, so they're paying the $5 an hour, $10, yeah. So the rental fee is being paid.
All right, and so in that case, then we're actually making more off the other courts from the rentals than we are from the one that we're making from Tennis Galaxy.
Correct. There's a different rate in the contract. There's a contracted rate for Court 4.
Mr. Nesta?
Well, I just want to say, one, I appreciate all the public coming out and speaking. I really do appreciate that. I know it's nerve-wracking, but it's important, obviously. One thing that I did take away was tennis creates community. That's a huge thing, and right now we just have a bit of a divide here. And yes, the new courts are going to be great, but we need to figure out this interim right now. So that's what obviously is the goal today, is figure out what we do in the interim, and then once we have the additional 5 courts, we can figure out a new process from there. I don't know, to echo Commissioner Becker, I don't want to cancel this agreement. I think that is in bad taste, and with Tennis Galaxy, I don't think that makes sense or is the right route for this. But I know you are providing all options to us, so I appreciate that. And I do believe this sport has taken off in recent years. I think COVID really did help increase this to get people out and things like that. So I think that's been a huge increase as well. And Tennis Galaxy was there to meet that need for our community, which I think was great as well. What I suggest, and to keep my comments as brief as possible, is what I would like to do is amend Tennis Galaxy's agreement, kind of touch on their section 10 of their agreement, which says that they can basically contract with us to get more courts so that there's no ambiguity with that anymore. Have them have the same terms that they do right now. We can discuss fees if there needs to be additional fees to exclusively reserve 3 and 4. Have number 2 as court 2 as reservations only and court 1 as only free play. So come as you want for 1, 2 is reservations only, 3 and 4 are Tennis Galaxy, all of that until we get our new tennis courts in place. That's my recommendation. I think it's not perfect for anybody, but I think it helps meet some of our needs here. So I don't know if it's not going to fix everything, but I think, again, we need to fix this interim now, and that's my suggestion.
Say that again? For which number?
So have court 3 and 4 be exclusively Tennis Galaxy during the times that they're prescribed in their current contract, and they would have a new agreement written up, including court number 3. Court number 2 would be reservations only, and then court number 1 would be free play, free for all. If you want to stay there 10 hours, stay there 10 hours. If you want to stay there 1 hour, 30 minutes, whatever it may be. So I think that meets, and I mean, Tennis Galaxy tell me otherwise too, if that, I know it's kind of, you guys sometimes need 3 courts, but if that, we can work through this a little bit, that you guys have those specific reserve courts. I don't know. I'm willing to hear everybody's
Well, I mean,
thoughts.
my first reaction is I see competing parties in the audience both shaking their heads in the same direction. That's a first good sign. So I would be open to that. I don't know.
We're looking for a solution. We provided kind of our best professional outlook at this with keeping our other athletic courts and fields in mind.
Well, and it's a great idea, because I think what it does is it kind of reflects what reality is currently on those courts, right? I mean, Tennis Galaxy is kind of doing their way to ensure that they've got access to that court 3. You've got court 1 that's, the topic of conversation right now is pay to use it. And then the second one is, reservations for those that really want to come out and reserve spots to make sure that they can play.
Yeah, and I think the only discussion point, if you do want to make court 1 strictly first come, first serve walk up, understand that likely means that one group or individual will probably be on that court Monday through Friday, which is kind of why we're here today.
But I thought we're still going to limit it to 1 hour of play.
Well, so
even
what
for
I was
the
saying is
walk-up.
let it be a free-for-all, because if let's say, and I don't play tennis ever. Last time I played was in high school, which was a year or 2 ago. So, so if I want to play, similar to the gentleman that spoke, I'm going to reserve a court. I'm not going to go out there and waste my time and hope that it's empty. I'm going to reserve the court for the hour that I'm out there, get worn out, say I'm not doing this for another 10 years, and I'll be back. So I think it meets the needs, I think, in that capacity. And then the people that do want to play longer, I know there's some of my friends and other residents that have talked to me that don't just want to play for an hour, don't just want to play for 2 hours. They love being out there refining. Similar to golf, you can be in a putting green for 3 hours just working on putts and putts and putts, same thing. So same concept, you can really refine your skill in that capacity, and that's where I think it opens up. The people that want to play once a year can reserve it. People that want to be out there for 3 hours, they also have that option too. But again, I'm not.
I definitely understand the feedback and the comments. Again, just crystal clear, there is that opportunity that one individual or group will grab that court and monopolize it Monday through Friday from 4:30 to 8:30, which could still result in conflict at the court.
So I know that there's parties that are raising hands in the audience. I don't want to belabor the point. I think with this new option, it would be good if we had parties get to the table and discuss through that. Thank you. Because that's a new kind of option on the table. I think it's a hybrid model that could work.
I can get there with the initial, I don't know if I could support or recommend the free-for-all court just because of the history that we've had to this point. It would still have
But the history has been between known parties, right? For the most part.
And I think I don't know if I could recommend that from my position to solve the problem that we currently have. But
No, a free fall would be unfair because with so many new communities that we're building, we have 4 courts. We keep telling, we sell our community with Jason Dwelly Park, providing these services for them. So a free fall.
You have the
is not
opportunity to reserve
conducive.
as well.
Right. I mean, I feel like the ones to walk up on the courts, an hour is reasonable. If they don't have someone behind them renting the court, then they may have the option to rent it for another hour. But for now, because we don't have enough courts, a free fall would be monopolizing the time.
It would be, but at the same time, again, none of us are out there. I know that. So it's not like, there is a specific group of people that like to use it, and that's fine. But again, if I can't refine my skill in that, I'm going to go somewhere else.
And I think the difference between it all comes down to the limited resource that we have.
Right.
So, in that putting green example, yeah, you could be out there on a putting green. 5 or 10 other people could be out there if there's multiple holes to putt to. Right now, we have 4 tennis courts. One of them's contracted. That's why we developed the methodology that we use to try and provide people an opportunity to rent the court for a low rate to guarantee that they have space for that 1 or 2 hours that they want to utilize. As opposed to showing up and not knowing whether they're going to have space.
What kind of signage do we have by the courts? I've never really noticed.
We do have the new rule sign up.
You do,
So that's up, and then we do post the schedules.
and you do post schedules. Okay.
So one thing with enforcement is we are going to have staff out there more frequently, especially in the evenings. So we are going to have to make sure that happens so that whatever the rules we decide on
Right.
are enforced, especially with the change.
Yeah, but, and again, I go back to why would we not memorialize what reality is at those courts already today? Like, again, if there's not a whole bunch of individual conflict, if it's more around those providing instruction, and the natural behaviors are going to be, hey, court 1 is going to be used from instruction for Mr. Leslie, most likely, on the free for all is a bad terminology, by the way.
First come, first serve.
Right, yeah, it just implies something completely different. But I know in conversations with Coach Peter before too, there's always been this desire to have access to to court 3 on a more permanent basis. Now that's outside the provisions of the contract, but to make that a contractual term, I think there's a business value there too for that certainty and not having to have your parents inconvenienced. And then court 2 again stays on that reservation process. But we're missing the point here too. Is yeah, Tennis Galaxy is a business, and that's one entity. But the comment was made. There is when my girls were taking instruction, there's 10, 15, maybe even more people on the court at the same time. Those represent 10 to 15 tax-paying households within the city of Apopka.
Correct.
So it's not like we're not benefiting taxpayers.
Correct.
Yes, it's for pay. There's benefit to the company providing the service, but they're providing a service nonetheless that people find value in. And those people happen to be our taxpayers.
Correct, and they're paying the rental fee as established in the contract and providing insurance, so.
The park closes at 9.
Yeah, tennis courts close at 9.
Okay.
On weekends, it's dusk.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of the,
I mean, I don't want to have open negotiations with all parties in the middle of the room because it's not fair to other people that are here for other business, but I'm in favor of what Commissioner Nested put forth. It would just be interesting to see if there's a collective agreement between parties that are here represented today.
And keep in mind too, similar to what Tennis Galaxy did, we changed rules the 31st, and they found immediately, how do we work around this? Which I would do the exact same thing. How do I still benefit my business to make sure that I can still succeed in this? So we're still going to find workarounds every single time. So
Again, yeah, the rules, I mean, those are rules and regulations, so it can happen with the best thought out
Sure.
options, but My recommendation as Parks and Rec Director remains as what we established, but obviously that's why I'm here, to get clarified direction.
Well, I think it may be, and to what Commissioner Becker is saying, is let's not make a final decision here. Let's talk to both very engaged parties outside of this. And I don't even know if it needs to really come back to us, other than if there needs to be an additional agreement between Tennis Galaxy and us. That's the only thing. I think this is more staff level anyways, but I think if you guys have those conversations and they get to where they need to be, it doesn't need to come back to us again unless there's that additional agreement.
Yeah, and that's the direction we can go as well, if that's the pleasure. Just, again, to give highlight, we have had conversations with the parties involved.
I understand.
That have been here, and that's why I felt it
saw you
appropriate to bring it
smiling.
up.
What are your thoughts?
I'm going to stick with my department head, and I think we will have a problem if we leave it unlimited, but that's.
You'd have a problem with, I didn't hear the last part.
With the unlimited.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
I can't support that, but, so, I mean, the reason we brought it forward as a business item is because we do have a lot of interest, and I will say this, is there are players, matter of fact, our number one player from Apopka High School came several months ago to voice her displeasure. She couldn't get on her own court, so she is wants to go out there and play with whoever her, friends are, or obviously somebody that's at a higher level tennis, so she's noted many times she couldn't get out on the court. So I think there are a lot of people, obviously we got the folks from Tennis Galaxy are here, we got also, some other interested parties, but I think there's a lot of people that aren't here. It's not that big a deal, but it is, when they go out, they'll be frustrated that they can't go play. So I think when you limit it down to, somebody's going to take that, now you're down to one court basically, and that one you can have, forever, stay on there as long as you want. You're going to have people that aren't here. And then there are a lot of them out there that just, I've got some good friends that live in my neighborhood that they're a little frustrated. They can't get out on occasion. So, and they're.
But that's why I asked what reality is. And I didn't get a sense that there's a whole bunch of disgruntled tennis players that are coming and saying, I can't get on the court. Again, I think what Commissioner Nessa has put forward is something that reflects more reality. Because again, even with the reservations, the only thing that's at issue right now is payment of that reservation. Actual money's changing hand. Because all parties are reserving the courts underneath your rules and policies as they are right now. The point of contention is there's this kind of anger that one group has more control over the other group. And if you get to a place where there's some common middle ground that reflects what reality is anyways, I don't see it, especially getting us through expansion of courts and through next September. Let's be fluid with the situation. If this gets to be too punitive for people outside, again, our rules and policies, I think, are probably expected to change on an annual basis, if not, on some other kind of frequency, at least.
I mean, they're reviewed, but you try to stay consistent. As issues arise, you might look and adjust, or other standards pop up.
And Commissioner Becker said all parties now are paying. Is that correct?
What's that? No. Courts 1 and 2 are predominantly being used as walk-up outside of the 1 hour maximum rule for walk-up play, and also providing coaching, training, those type of things. So Court 3 is being rented by individuals. Again, I believe most of them are getting services from Tennis Galaxy, and Tennis Galaxy has contract of Court 4.
And number 4 is.
And Court 2 is what?
Court 1 and 2 are reservation courts as well, with again, the option for a walk-up play if it's available, if it's not rented. 1 and 2 have not been rented, but we're having groups and individuals come and monopolize the court and stay there for pretty much the whole evening.
And they're not paying?
They're not paying, no.
But if it's being taken, you obviously can't get to court.
Right, and
You're risking that you get down there and it's full because somebody paid the $5, then they don't get to play.
See, what I do like about these new rules is that you kind of avoid, we're not putting the burden on the person that wants to come play on the walkout to ask the players that are there, listen, are you here an hour or not an hour? It's there, that's the rule. And we're not burdening or putting the responsibility on those wanting to come up to the court to try and negotiate their time on the court. So I just don't think having an unlimited for the walkout, at this time, it's not conducive because, as you said, the limited, we just don't have enough tennis courts. And I certainly don't want the woman who said that when she tries to go, they're all full, and she doesn't know that if 1 and 2 is going to be available for the next hour, she has no idea. It's not her responsibility to go and find out if that player is going to be leaving the court. I feel like if you reserve the court, even if it's a walkout, you know that after an hour, you have to leave. I'm for that right now. I think that it's conducive for everyone to kind of have some access to the tennis.
So here's another option, if I'm kind of reading what's coming at me. One option we could do, if you want to try and eliminate the walk-up conflict, confrontation, perhaps the first hour of the rental is free. You still reserve the court. So you go in, you reserve the court, you're going to get put on the schedule. That first hour is free. Subsequent hour is the $5 court rate.
But then if they still are able to stay the whole time, that's,
No, the rental would end after that second hour, and 2 hours is the maximum
versus unlimited.
versus unlimited. So you're still giving the opportunity of the first hour is free. If they just want to do an hour walk-up, it still needs to be reserved, so it's on the schedule. So it's noticed. Somebody coming up to the court can see, oh, we have this court reserved at this time. After that first hour, the second hour would be charged.
So in reality, that eliminates the walk-up.
It eliminates the walk-up, you reserve the court, but the first hour is free.
I don't know if that,
We're adding complexity for.
yeah.
It depends on what you're, if you want to try and avoid the potential walk-up conflict,
Right,
you would
because
reserve
I
all the
just
courts.
wanna- I feel like the residents or visitors, I don't want them to be responsible to try and
Right.
manage the time on the tennis courts. I mean, it's not their responsibility. They come, and we, as the staff, as the city, should be able to have something in place there that the tennis players kind of police themselves, and they know that they've reserved it from this hour to that hour, and that they can kind of walk off, and then someone else can walk on.
Correct.
I mean,
I may say something.
And do you have cancellations?
There's a cancellation policy in the rules. I believe,
Within 24 hours.
I believe it's 24 hours, yeah. For a refund, yes.
And do you have many of those?
I don't think we've really had any.
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, so we're,
I feel this can be worked out. I feel before,
that's,
All
so
this
we're good. Thank you.
I feel like Coach, like Mr. Becker is saying this. can be
Thank,
worked out.
sir, we've closed the public hearing. It's now back to the council.
So we don't get to see anything else?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. So where are we at? What do y'all want to do?
again,
The reason we brought this forward is because of the issues that we're facing. I wasn't going to make the decision, nor was I going to put Riley in the position where he had to make the decision. So I brought it to you to make a decision.
right, and that's why I keep on going back. There's a certain tinge to what Commissioner Nesta said that provides win-wins across the board here. Because if there's guarantees that Tennis Galaxy has access to the 2 courts, which they don't today, they have access to 1 court. That's reality, that's contractual language. The other reality is that court 1 is typically used by Mr. Leslie for instruction. Now, what we're trying to solve for is ensuring of payment. If we go to what Commissioner Ness is suggesting, you actually reduce the enforcement burden on us because you clearly state that court is first come, first serve, no exceptions. Court 2 is on a reserve basis only, clear direction. And then the other 2 courts per those times are through our contractual partner to provide tennis instruction.
So just to kind of clarify how we formulated, why we formulated rules, it was not based on like the court rental fee. It was based on an equitable system for people to access the court. So that's kind of why we looked at now. Again, if there's a want or direction to post a court as strictly first come, first serve, we're going to be hands off on it. Let the etiquette of the tennis players kind of take over. We can do that.
I mean, the rules in place aren't working.
The reason we're here is we've had some issues.
So can I just make a motion? Because I don't think it's the motion, because I think that it's worth exploring. Again, to the chair's point, public comments over, we're not going to negotiate this in a live council meeting, but I would move to accept what Commissioner Nesta has proposed to have further conversations with Tennis Galaxy and others that have a vested interest in this policies. And then at the next meeting, have a more fully baked, hey, this has been vetted out with all parties and we can move forward. Because we're not going to solve for 56,000 potential tennis players within our city. I can't understand what their model of playing tennis is on a week-by-week basis. I know of a handful of people that, to your point, obviously certain tennis players, great tennis players in the city that use it and all that, but I just don't have a sense of how much volume that is. So if you have a presentation on that, but have those two, couple parties that have that interest come and say, is this viable? Will this work? Because at the end of the day, you're wanting to have a situation where you're not having blow-ups on the court. Sure.
Right, yeah, that's the goal. Yeah. And I'll say the volume, while not quantifiable, the volume's there because we've had 2 groups approach us to discuss the other group taking more courts than available, so.
Sorry, I went long-winded with that motion.
No,
It was a bad motion.
but I think it's, to the point, after you've been out there, let's say you just a tennis player just come out and want to go play, and you show up 3 times in a row and it's, all the courts are full, you're going to quit going. So I think
you're going to reserve a court. I'm going to learn at some point, I'm going to reserve a court.
Yeah, the reserve court should be a no instruction policy on the reserve court.
So the third court, so we got the
Yeah,
fourth court is.
so you have your walk-up, which is, hey, first come, first serve. Court 2, reservations only. We should probably have a policy that says no instruction on this particular court, or
Casual play only.
some provisions that say, hey, the priority for this court is for private play, or not private, but open play, but reserved. And then the other 2 courts are, expanded per what Nesta said, Commissioner Nesta said.
Okay.
All right, so I'm sorry, let's go back. I'm sorry, Commissioner Becker.
Yeah,
So what's our,
I would move that in a non-binding fashion as a result of this meeting.
I mean, Mayor, you laugh, but this is.
well, no, I mean,
laughing at what I'm
no,
saying?
I'm not.
Yes, you are. I mean,
we spent 45 minutes and we're.
I'm trying to articulate
Okay.
the motion.
Okay.
And I'm trying to start it by saying that this is not a binding, giving instruction to staff, but what I would suggest is to adopt what Commissioner Nesta had put forth of Court 1 being a first come, first served basis court. Court 2, a reservation only court.
No instruction.
No instruction tentatively. And then Court 3 is appended to the remainder of the Tennis Galaxy contract. And then have that as the basis of the next conversation where you have with interested parties, and then bring it back to council for us to formalize it. Because at the end of the day, Mayor, we don't, as a council, have to approve this. You can rightfully so enforce policies as you so choose. And if you feel that passionately about doing that, then do it. Don't involve the city council.
No, I want you involved. That's the reason you're here. That's the reason it's a business item.
Okay.
So that's my motion.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Becker, a second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
Is that 3? All opposed? Aye. So Commissioner Smith, were you for or against?
I'm going to vote in favor of, they're going to bring it back.
Correct. All right. Passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, Authorize execution of contracts and renewals for assigned terms, recruitment and engineering products and services. Jim?
Hi, Jim Hay, Community Development Director. I'm just going to give a brief introduction, and then Ramsey Nasser, who's heading up the project for the BTRs, will give you a brief rundown on what has occurred. Again, this is basically a first renewal for a contract that we did to work on the business tax receipts this last year, and unfortunately, a couple of our primary secretaries and our office manager were not able to come down to basically voice their support in regards to this program, but we've been able to, and again, Mr. Nasser will end up letting you know what's going on with the program itself. But in 2022, we had a little over 30, almost 3,500 BTRs. In 2023, that was increased up to 2,320, or 5,320. So we're looking at almost a 900 BTR, or 1,900 BTRs more than what we did the previous year. Obviously, this is a contract basis based on performance. It is not a continuing contract. In other words, all those BTRs that are realized, he does not get paid again the following year that we still are collecting those BTR amounts. So it's basically found money. So with that, Mr. Ramsey Nasser is here to answer your questions and do a little presentation for you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, is there a presentation? Okay.
There you go. And you just use the arrows.
Perfect. Thank you. No, it's a, oh, yeah. Thank you again for allowing me to be here. This is, like Jim said, it's a contract that started last year. About this time, I approached you and I said that there is a number of businesses that have not been paying their BTR. As I said last year, 75% of the people that were not paying the BTR, it's not that they want to cheat. No, it's just they did not know about it. So that's why we called this campaign a educational and compliance campaign. It's a 3-year campaign. It started last year. And in our function is to assist the city staff in identifying persons as defined in the following slide, educate the public, the taxpayers, on the importance of compliance with BTR, and that's business tax receipt, as well as assisting the city in the collection and improving the policies and procedures for data analysis, and all pursuant to Florida Statute Chapter 205 and the City of Apopka Ordinance Chapter 66. So everything we're doing like this. A person based on these two laws means any person, any individual, any firm, partnership, corporation, joint venture, holding company, association, PA, professional association, corporation, estate, trust, and so on and so forth. So they're all listed over here, and it's applicable to everyone. So what we accomplished for this year is, like Jim said, we added 1,906 BTR. We sent out 4,100 letters, and about 2,000 signed up out of the 4,100. There's, you'll see later on, there's about 1,100 that still did not reply. But overall, we had a very good response. We added to the budget, as far as additional revenue, over 119,000. And the reason why I say it's over 119,000, because like it says over here, it excludes the penalties and what the city will receive as far as reimbursement from Orange County. Because the county shares with the municipality on a yearly basis their revenue as far as BTR. So we assisted in improving the compliance with the city ordinance especially when it comes to zoning, because BTR is not just a fee. It's a business or individual that apply, and that application has to be processed within the city departments, and that includes planning and zoning, fire department, and so on and so forth. We identified key issues that existed throughout the years that need to be cleaned up, and we're working with other departments within the city to clean them up, and we're successful at that. We're getting success at that. And we started the data standardization process. Such process will allow ease of data exchange amongst the various departments within the city as well as with the county and the state. So it's all based on federal and state standard and industry standard. So far, we have accomplished approximately 40% of the overall project. It's a 3-year project, so that's pretty much the performance. So in this chart over here, what you will see is, these colors, the non-red, are the BTR revenue or growth per year for the last 3 years. And that's 2019-20, fiscal year 2019-20, that's in blue. 2020 is in, 2021 is in darker green, and then 21-22 is in light green, and then the red one is for this year. You could see the difference, how big it is. So this is all system-generated data, so it's not entered by hand or anything like this. And you'll see between last year and this year, we have grown as far as number of BTRs issued is has grown up by 52%. And the next slide shows all the activities with respect to the mailing campaign as well as the response to it. So as of 9/15, the revenue for this year was 180,000. 115 of that was generated because of the campaign. 158 of that was generated because of the campaign. As far as benefits to the city, it doubles the BTR revenue, yearly revenue within 3 years. It enhances the city's capability in evaluating the health and local economy based on annual verified data that the various departments will obtain and verify. So this way you would know, you would see as a council how the economy is improving, which section is better than the other, what industries are growing, and so on and so forth. With the improvement of policies and procedures, implementation of new technologies and data standardization, if there's no coordinations among all of these, then you'll have a mess. So someone will come in and sells you a wonderful program that costs a couple $100,000, but if the data that's in that program is not based on a clean data, then the effect of it is not that great, and documentation of most key functions and for better transparency and accountability. And as well as it allows you to utilize local resources when it comes to disaster mitigation, planning, response, and recovery. These are the financial overview. So far, it costs the city, as far as mailing and mailing material, $8,700 or $8,800 and change. Like we said, the revenue is $180,000, and our fees so far for this year is $24,000. Right before I came down here, for the fiscal year altogether, or BTR, is over $377,000, which is about 62% from last year. And again, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I'm hoping that we can proceed for another 2 years of that and keep the process going and keep on improving it. And I'm ready for questions.
Any questions?
Well, I'll begin. I've received several phone calls in reference to the business tax receipts, especially from churches and nonprofits. they don't understand why they're having to pay a business tax receipt when they're really not conducting a business.
Yes, these are exempt. So these businesses are exempt, which means they do have to apply, but they don't pay for any fees. So by law, they are exempt.
But they did pay a fee.
No, they paid probably $10 application. It's one-time deal.
Huh?
A one-time $10 for life. That's
life.
application. That's for the city application, yes.
All right.
That's it
I'll
for
go
life.
back and check.
Absolutely. And if you, there is a list, there's a community development department has a list of exemptions that's all based on state law and ordinance. And churches and nonprofit, such as educational, religious, and charity are exempt. That's nonprofit. Otherwise, if a nonprofit organization like organizations that are just nonprofit, they're not exempt. It depends on that criteria.
Mr. Nesta?
Mr. Nasser, I appreciate you coming out here. This was on my request, so thank you very much for that. I do appreciate your time coming down here to present this and provide your numbers. Similar to Commissioner Smith here, obviously we've gotten concerns. Nobody likes to pay more money than they have to.
Sure.
One that I got from a couple different individuals were officers that were doing off-duty. They set up a separate LLC or something to do the off-duty. It's still their job, and they were having to pay or being requested. Is that an exempted activity, or they still have to pay it as if it's a business?
They have to pay it as a corporation.
Okay.
LLC is a corporation.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're, even though they're still within their same, it's the industry they're doing.
Yeah. In fact, it's all based on schedule, the BTR schedule that's in the ordinance, and this is exactly. But by law, you have to go by for every type of business, every profession. So, for instance, a CPA would have a CPA firm, and they have a CPA license. They have to pay for both.
Wow.
Yeah, so not just one.
Gotcha. Okay. And then have you had, in reference to, so you started a new campaign that obviously increased a lot of our revenue, so I appreciate that. Are you getting paid on every BTR that is now paid within your contract period? Or is it just the ones that
we identified? So if you look,
those ones.
New money.
Yeah, new money. So so if you look at the numbers over here, so this is 180,000. What's 25% of 180,000?
Can you use our pointer, because this is
Oh,
an
I'm
eye
sorry.
chart for everybody.
Yes.
And Jim, would you mind just calling Erin and see if she can come down for like 15 minutes? Okay,
Yeah.
good, thank you.
So this is 180,000 that is money received by the city, right? So 25% of that is about 45,000, right?
Okay.
This is our fees on that is 24,000, because we only make money on what we identify. So in this case, it'll be 115.
Is the percent, okay,
Yeah.
understand.
So, and everything is very well documented, down to the nth degree. It's
Good.
all based on federal regulations.
What has been your feedback, I guess, from residents? Has it been, maybe not the best received, but have they been okay with communication, things like that?
Let me have Erin's coming right down.
Okay.
She'd be the city employee that would.
So to understand correctly, just the process, you created the campaign, but it still feeds back to us then?
Correct.
Yeah, everything is based on the city. We assist only.
Okay.
So we do not talk to people. We do not interact with anyone.
Okay.
Anybody that comes to me, I will deny it as no speak English.
Okay.
And beyond that, everything comes out of the city.
Okay. And then you
the-
created the database, so to speak. That's from you. We didn't create that.
No, we create.
I'm sorry. If they're my questions, I'm sorry.
Hot seat, come on down. Sorry, Erin. No, Commissioner Nesta he had a couple questions.
Yeah, so I just very quickly, and sorry to take time out of your day, and I appreciate you coming down. The response from residents so far, business owners, things like that, has it been well received? Is it?
Yes, yeah. At first, it was a little rough, but it's been fine ever since.
Okay, and everyone seems more understanding of the process and what the expectations are that this
Yep.
is mandatory to run a business within your city.
Absolutely. And we try to be very helpful with them and let them know that, like, you know, if they have an exemption or I'm like, sorry. If they have exemptions, like if they're a church, like Mr. Smith, you were talking about if they were a church or things like that, we let them know that they are exempt. There's a statute that applies to them. They sign the form or they provide us with their 501c3 or whatever it is. And then they just pay the application fee. So for the most part, we don't get any pushback on that really. So it's been really good.
What have you found most helpful with Mr. Nasser and his group helping you?
He's amazing. I mean, he's amazing. He's super helpful. He finds all of these things for me. He's available anytime I call him. He's really good too about if like businesses on Sunbiz have been dissolved or they're no longer in business or anything like that. He'll send us things monthly and he'll let us know, hey, by the way, you don't need to bother collecting them anymore. You can take them out of your system, or even ones that we've had for a while. And we're in the middle of renewal right now, which is
a process.
Crazy. Yeah. So, but it's been really, really good.
Okay.
And we haven't really gotten, I mean, there are a few here and there, like you were talking about before, as far as like they register because they're collecting on the side or whatever
Sure.
else they're doing. But for the most part, when we explain to them what the statute is and whatever else that they're looking for, they seem to understand. They don't like it. Nobody wants to pay money that they don't have to, but they're fine with it.
Okay.
For the most part.
So I just have to say this in your defense, because, you know, I spent a lot of time going up there asking
Yeah.
questions. But I remember saying his contract is coming up.
Yes.
Has he been, you know, a benefit to us? I've asked them, as I always do every staff member,
Yeah.
I ask them for their recommendations. And exactly what you said. You're coming now on the second half where there are more BTRs. There's, a whole section that we haven't even addressed yet.
Correct.
And I know because we've gotten some emails from some residents who have businesses outside of Florida, but they are required to file a BTR because they live in Florida. Is that correct? Remember that there was that one case where he had property in another state? How did that work?
Because his physical address, because of the way that he had it registered on Sunbiz,
Right.
because of his physical address falling within the jurisdiction, we don't go off of their mailing address.
Right.
But because of the way that he had it in there on Sunbiz, that's what he was, upset about. So.
Right, and we did.
But he was
resolve
fine.
that, right?
Yeah, he came and we met with him and talked it out. And I think the face-to-face with all of us and getting a little bit further explanation versus emails and things like that, it was a little more beneficial for him.
Mr. Becker? How have we, as a staff, operationalized this? Obviously, the services of this company it's not a long-term strategy. So do you all have a standard operating procedures now where you catch all this on go forward? Because what I don't want to do is we use partners as a crutch in terms of building standard operating procedure for us to identify these on our own. Because again, when this was approved the last, I was on this side of the dais
Right.
and approved this one. I had reservations because again, to your point, you mentioned Sunbiz.
Right.
Sunbiz is an open platform. We can go out and download whatever we want to from there and identify our own businesses to say, hey, I'm going to go look for every business that has an address, zip code of 32712, 32703, the city of Apopka, et cetera.
Sure.
And be able to reconcile to say, okay, this business already has one on file, this one doesn't. It's a reconciliation exercise versus needing to, and granted, we have margin on this from a financial perspective, but it's margin that we don't have to give away.
Right.
If we're 90% margin, we can keep 100% if we have a standard operating procedure in place. So I just wondered, I'm wondering what the long-term strategy is here.
I would love to have another staff or two, another full-timer. We've been running this off of 1.5, basically one for almost, I don't know. How long? Yeah, well, even before that, when it fell into my lap, it had been one person for years. And then once we started this, it just became bigger. My hope is to make it a little bit bigger so we can be more in compliant and more with a state statute and go by, as opposed to just letting things fall through the cracks. I mean, it's clearly beneficial financially, but it's one of those things where I feel like if we had maybe one or two, we would be able to stay on top of it and actually do it ourselves. I've learned a lot on how to do it. I'm still in the process of learning a lot of the things, but it's nice to have somebody who knows how to do it and can bring you the information. But I can't do it by myself. I'm one person, so.
So, right now, we're for a whole year, we've uncovered all these new BTRs. We have all this coming in.
Yes, ma'am.
But now it's a year, so we have to do these renewals.
Yes, ma'am.
With the BTRs. But at the same time, we're still discovering new.
Businesses
So are you
register all the
doing
time.
both?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make sense.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, we just brought on, it's been me and a part-timer since November. And then we do have another full-time upstairs secretary who's with planning and zoning, and she's great. But I feel like this department itself is growing. And now that we've got this other part-timer who went full-time with us, I think it's going to be a little bit more beneficial as far as after renewal season. Renewal season's really hectic for us. It takes about 2 months. But once we go after that, we're able to, go and look and start doing these applications again and things like that. And it's actually been really helpful with not only us sending out these applications, it's like word of mouth. People, things travel and people understand, oh, hey, by the way, if you're registered, then you need to be registered with the city as well. And so more people have come in on their own versus than what we've had in past years, many past years.
Yeah, in fact, this is what we're talking about, the 115 versus 158. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
115 versus 158. So the difference between these two is are people that came based on word of mouth.
Yeah. No,
And the reason why we know
I understand that, but to Commissioner Becker's point, is that we want to get to a place where operationally, it's a well-oiled machine. Right now, what we're doing is just bringing in, and now the renewals are due, so you're kind of just trying to keep up with the renewals, but you're still bringing in, but we don't have anything like.
There's definitely a perverse incentive there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because if you have so much coming in that our staff can't keep on top, and this isn't a
Yeah,
thing on you, but the more that you have volume coming in and those people aren't noticed, it builds and grows the need for services like you, right?
Well,
So
if I may answer your original question to her, first of all, the reason why we exist is because on the technology that we have. This is not about Sunbiz data. I have over 50 million businesses, each one with anywhere between 300 to 500 fields.
But for what?
For all to analyze the data and bring you the ones that's relevant to you. So everything has to happen in such a way that makes her job as easy as possible.
So, and in all fairness, maybe I'm oversimplifying what's
Yes.
done, right?
Yeah.
So I create an LLC within the city of Apopka.
Sure.
I follow our ordinance and I file an application for a business tax receipt
Yes.
with the city of Apopka.
Yep.
City receives that application, looks at the application, says, okay, and then they have a process by which to log that BTR, assess it, and then say, yep, I'm going to issue a business tax receipt. Have I gotten their money? Okay, we're all buttoned up. I don't see how you would need 500 to 800 data points to say, yeah, this person is a valid LLC corporation within the city of Apopka. Have they applied? Have they paid? I mean, that seems pretty straightforward.
Yes, may I follow your example from beginning to end? May I follow that?
Sure.
Okay, so you registered the LLC and you came to the city of Apopka. You normally do not come to the city of Apopka. You run as far as you can, even though you registered the LLC. Now, people said, why doesn't the state tell the companies that they have to go to their city and county and get their BTR? Well, they do on their website. But registration for LLC takes about 5 minutes. Registration for a BTR takes about an hour. So you're not going to come like you said, Commissioner Nestor, that you try to save as much money as possible. So you're not going to volunteer the information. So your data goes into some base, but it doesn't go in as clean as you expect it to be, because you put the data the way you put the data, and the state does not care as long as you pay them the $150 and you are in compliance with the law. You're signing that you are in compliance with the law. So they're not coming and checking you. So in this case, you move on and you keep on doing your business for about 20 years. All of a sudden, people like me come in and find you, right? And bring you to the city. So what we have to do is we have to make sure that the information is correct. So we bounced it off several sources to make sure it's correct. You know what I mean? Because you talk about, it's not one versus, it's not like someone sitting behind a computer and looking up one at a time. You know what I mean? So the state right now has over 3.5 million corporations active right now. So if you do not have the technology to do that, it's not going to tell you. The second part of that example is that you register the LLC, but do you have to come to the city or just the county? That depends on your jurisdiction. Well, who determines that? It is within your ordinances, right? But who's going to go and check whether they are within the jurisdiction or not? If it is very common, like 123 Main Street, it's obvious, right? But if you are on some border, then it becomes more difficult, right? So you need people like me to identify who is within the jurisdiction and who is not. Then comes in the renewal. So back to your question, Commissioner. So when people paid for the BTR the first year, the wonderful ladies did a hell of a job getting them on board, setting them up and everything else. And now they are in the process of moving to a new program, which is even additional work that they have to do. But once everything is in place, then it becomes a renewal issue. But for that to happen, because these errors accumulated over the years, you talk about years, the city has been in operation for years, right? So we're working together on cleaning up all these policies and procedures to make them go as smooth as possible within the next 2 years. So by the end of the contract, which is 3 years, then everything becomes like Commissioner Becker asked for, and that is a clean machine that's running.
Okay. Yeah, that was what I was asking. I mean, how long are we going to be utilizing
3
your
years.
services before we become the city, become our own, that we can do it without your services?
Yes. You will need my services if you want to. That's up to you. But because you're getting all these services for free, to be very honest with you.
Okay.
I mean, I'm basing everything on 25% of what we bring in, but that's our fees. Normally, when I do this type of work, when my company does this type of work, it's $250 an hour is time and material. So if you imagine, you're talking about at least 6,000 hours over a 3-year period of time, man-hour. So you do the math. It becomes much more beneficial. That's what
Speaking
we're
of that, and Ms. Sherman, you're able to certify the numbers that we're seeing on the paper? And if you could come up to the microphone.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. I can't certify the numbers, but I will say to you that we did project about 206,000 for FY '23.
But in terms of reality, though, what they said to date and those figures, I want to make sure, because again, I'm basing my decision on, we're getting more in than we're putting out, first and foremost.
I can say for the 22-23 year, I just looked at my projections for FY '23, same information I gave you guys for the budget. We projected about 206,000 for FY '23, and I think he has 180,000 here. So,
No. This is 337. This is 180,000 as of September. This is before the campaign started.
September of '23?
Yeah, 15. September 15.
Is this for fiscal year '22-23, right? Revenue to date?
Yes.
So
but
you
as
said
of
100.
As of September.
Okay, but for FY '23. So I think that's in line. That what we were projecting.
Really from what's going out, from the top line, 35% of that is removed for fee for this contract.
Right, is
that
in
correct?
your budget where you pay out the fee to him? Or is it net of this?
It's net of that, it's 20, I think it's 25%.
Okay, if it's net of this, is this gross
No, they pay 25% of this number.
of the 115? So is this what we actually received, the 180?
More than that, yes.
What is your more? The 268?
The number you gave me.
Because we're not receiving 268. I can say that.
No, these are account receivables.
I know,
This,
so
this is what you have.
we've gotten today,
Yeah.
the 180.
Yeah, for us, September 15.
Okay, so I can say we're projecting 206. If I'm associating that with the 180, I'd say that's in line.
So 180 net new annual?
Yes.
Okay, so if I take 180 net new annual times, so that's $63,000 is of a 35%, if that's contractually in line with what you get as a fee, is that correct?
25%.
25%?
Not of the 180, 25% of 115.
Okay, so
So what we.
there's a method to my madness here.
Because they're not
Sorry.
collecting all of the 180, I guess.
So 115, 25% of that is under $30,000.
Yes,
Okay.
24,462.
So here's what I need commitment of, right? And that's, again, like I said before, is getting those SMPs in place to make sure that we don't have to rely on your services come future years, because that's, I mean, doesn't, we as a city of our size should be able to have firm control of our BTR process. I mean, with systems in place to do that, so. And that, our fee for the service is obviously less than a full-time equivalent of
Yes, it
salary
is.
and benefits. But, and my last point, I'll shut up. The education aspect, for sure. There's not enough times where we can educate our public, because when the first notifications went out, I got a lot of calls. Yeah, I got an LLC, I don't even do business in Apopka and all this and that. So the more we can educate on stuff that's going out, on that letters that are going, to educate the public, the better.
Y'all have the letters?
The letter is pretty informative, is pretty positive. It gives them the information. There's FAQ on the website that is well detailed.
Yeah, and I think, you know,
And
if
the
you look at
staff-
the state statute, right, to Commissioner Smith's point about nonprofits and things, there's areas where there can be a, what's the word I'm looking for? Reduction or discount, but you have to meet very certain criteria. Age, I think, is one of them. Maybe folks with disabilities, I think, is another one of those.
Yep.
So there are things that you can apply for to reduce the burden of that business tax receipt. I think all of that needs to be driven home when these go out, just so that people know that they have those options. And if they do, then great. But we still receive some calls there.
And I will tell you, to be perfectly honest, it won't matter what you put in that letter about anything. They're going to call us no matter what, and they're going to ask us, because our phone rings off the hook constantly. And when all of these letters went out and everything else, we tried to explain to them, and we had it down to a science and explain to them. And as soon as they would let us tell them what we needed and why we needed it, they were perfectly fine with it. And people who come in here to talk to us or ask about exemptions or anything like that, we are happy to tell them, these are the exemptions. If you fall under any of these, we are happy to help you with that. So, and there are quite a few.
What happens when a nonprofit is no longer a nonprofit? Do you keep track of those?
We keep track of pretty much everything. Yep.
Okay.
And I would admit that one of the nonprofits that called and complained that they didn't understand why they had to pay, and they called and you spoke to them, and they say you was very pleasant about it, and so they went ahead and filled out the paperwork and sent it in, and when they received the bill, it was only $6, and they said, you know, I was making all this fuss over $6?
Right, exactly. So.
So any other questions? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve the execution of contract renewal for the
Thank you, Ms.
assigned-
Aaron.
for recruitment and engineering products and services.
So moved.
And this is just for a year, right?
Yeah, 1 year.
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
Perfect. Second?
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Pam.
Rob.
Me too.
I don't need the monitor, and don't be disappointed, this is a really fast thing. We have an attorney, Jacob Schumer. Most of y'all remember him. He did our pioneering agreement, and he does other related transportation things for the city still. And he was requested to provide services to Galvin Land Services, LLC, thank you, who happens to be one of the pioneering agreement partners. And so what he did was he drafted the agreement that I provided to you that essentially says that you're being made aware that he is working for somebody that has this relationship with the city, and that he won't be doing any work for Galvin Land Services, anything that will be coming before this board. And if there's ever a conflict between him or between us and Galvin as part of the work that he's doing for us, he is our attorney. He's not Galvin's attorney. He's essentially, what this letter says is he's an ethical attorney. This is what all attorneys adhere to. And this is an acknowledgement that you know that he will be providing services not in the city to Galvin Land LLC.
Any questions for Pam? Anybody from public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion to approve the conflict waiver for simultaneous representation of Galvin Land Services LLC.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up,
So
Mayflower.
at the last meeting, we had a lengthy discussion about Mayflower Avenue. And I told you that we would come back with some costs. And I have with me today Mike Woodward with Kimley Horn Associates. He's a licensed professional engineer. He's an expert in traffic engineering, roadway design, roadway cost estimating. And I'm going to have him talk to you about the situation on Mayflower. My only instructions to him were to investigate the, where we will get the most value for our dollar if we decide to do something with Mayflower Avenue. And I'm going to tell you right now that my request to you is to instruct us what to do. This is not something that generally falls under my purview. It falls under Public Services and DO, but he couldn't be here today. But we have coordinated on this, and he's probably watching right now. So I'm just going to let Mike tell you about road resurfacing.
Sure, and it's a pavement question, right? So we're talking about Mayflower Avenue, just to the west of Lakeview. And this is what it looks like from the air. We're going to take a look at what it looks like from the side of the street. But before we do that, I'll just kind of point out the relatively large apron as it's approaching Lakeview. It just has a wide radius. That's because of all the trucks that are through there, but that's going to come up a little bit later. So this is what it looks like right now. Pavement is not in good shape. And again, to figure out, all right, well, what's it going to cost to sort of fix this, to have some pavement that's going to work for a relatively long amount of time. And in order to do that without doing the design, I'm not able to offer you certainty, right? I can give you a range of costs based on engineering judgment and a series of assumptions, right? If you want more accuracy, we'd have to go through a design process, which would have a cost to it and take more time. But we'll do the best we can based on what we can observe from this condition. And so what we can see does tell us a lot of information, right? So we have some localized depressions, the areas that are just sort of like indentions. There are some significant potholes. And it's a little bit hard to see here, but you can see alligator cracking. That's if you look at the cracking that looks like alligator skin. So all those things are indicators that the base is failing. So most asphalt roads consist of a top portion, which is asphalt. It's usually 3 to 4 inches thick. It can be thicker as needed if you need that structural integrity of the road. And then underneath that is a lime rock base. When you have these types of failings that you can see at the surface, it's an indication that that base is failing. And if we go back as far as 10 years ago, you can see the alligator cracking was in place then. That means we've had water intrusion for at least a decade. All right, these things tell us that that base is not in good condition. So if we were to do something like a milling and a resurfacing, that's not going to last. I mean, I can't even guess at how long a basic milling and resurfacing, I couldn't even guess how long it is because it's entirely dependent on what's underneath. And with these cracks showing, we would have to do some sort of rebuilding of the base. You can do that through a method called full depth reclamation, where you have just a series of large trucks that kind of grind and pulverize everything. They can go up to a foot deep. But even if we try to do that, like we don't yet know what exact condition everything is in, if it's just kind of completely eroded away, how strong it could get even if you go to a specific distance. So a lot of unknowns here, so if full depth reclamation is not necessary and you would need to actually just kind of dig up the old road and almost build a new road in place of it, that'd be just full reconstruction. So another thing to point out, this is a relatively narrow portion. We've got about 16 feet of usable pavement, and so to have a new section, we'd want to go to 11-foot wide lanes, so that'd be 22 feet of width. And as far as cost estimates go, again, I'm going to give you a range here. Can't be very certain, but based on a series of assumptions of both what's there now and what some of the costs are for the type of things we need to provide a section here, we're looking at somewhere, just to go up to the driveway of the proposed business there, we're looking from a range of somewhere from like 130,000 to around 200,000. Again, that's a huge range, right? And to get more accuracy, we would have to do design, and even then be subject to whatever bids come in. So once we know exactly what quantities there are and exactly what the base looks like, having gone through a geotechnical investigation, there's still the issue of, okay, well, how busy are contractors, who's available, who can do this work, and what are they going to charge for it? So again, pretty big range, but that's basically what we're looking at, just to provide a section that would go from Lakeview up to the first driveway.
To the first, what?
To the driveway for the proposed floor and decor.
So basically just the apron.
Yeah, well, let me back up and I could maybe talk through. So the first driveway is a little bit past where you can see the trucks parked here.
Okay.
And it would be an additional cost if you wanted to go to the extent of Mayflower, where there's a current gate that's sort of on the westernmost limits of this page. Now, that'd be about twice the amount of material. It would not be twice the cost because you're dealing with economy of scale, right? So with a project like this that's relatively small, you've got a pretty high mobilization fee, and it's just the rate. The costs that you're going to get for a relatively small project are going to be not as great as if you were to extend it a little bit. So again, distance is about twice as much. I think your cost would be about 35% higher.
And then they're supposed to have gotten a price all the way to the end?
So the price to the end, if the range to the first driveway was around 130K to around up to 200, the cost for the whole thing would be from 200 to 300. And again, just so many variables with the condition and not knowing exactly how to rebuild it. That's why you've got a pretty big range.
Okay. Any thought, I mean, because that's big trucks, would you do it differently based on bigger trucks?
Sure.
Or you've calculated that into this pricing?
To some extent, right? We did traffic counts, so we're aware of how many vehicles are using that currently, and it's about 60% trucks right now. It's a relatively low volume, but because there's trucks trucks have a much greater impact to the road than a car does. So you do calculate an equivalent single axle load or ESL, and then the additional traffic from the floor and decor, that would have somewhat of an impact on the cost, but most of your costs are just rebuilding the road. Your volumes are not huge here. You do have trucks, but I mean, we're not talking about I think a 4-inch section is what we assumed. And I think that's a fair section. And that does include the design. I think that we'd have to go through and get survey as well as geotech. And it does. I think 130 had a portion of that for the design, and the rest was for construction. Design, CEI, construction. So I was trying to give you the whole picture, again, with a huge range.
All right, questions?
In line with what I was thinking, so you know me, I put the standard and let's call it a day.
Yeah, I appreciate you taking the time to do this. Thank you for coming down and presenting. It definitely helps out. I took a lot of notes here, and it's nice to know that the economies of scale do kick in should we want to do the entire road. So thank you for your time.
And I did my homework as I was asked to do. I did.
You volunteered.
Whatever. I called the company that's the first one there, and they informed me that they're leasing from CoLink Logistics, so they don't really own it. So they're leasing. So I went in to speak to CoLink Logistics, and I spoke to Miss Janetta Custer, who's the general manager there, and she said those trucks that you see in the picture that are parked along the side do not belong to them. There's a whole lot of overnight parking there, and they're the ones that are destroying the road. And she has she has placed notices on their trucks before, telling them they're parking illegal, and that sometimes when they park, they even block the entrance to their place of business. And they've even called the police a couple of times to have the trucks removed. And before the new owner purchased the property, the previous owner had given her permission to place those notices there to have them towed. And so when they redid part of their parking lot, they did do some repair to the road that time, but these additional trucks is what actually is destroying the roadway. So any assistance that we could give them in prohibiting those trucks, and even when I went out there, I think it was 7 trucks that was illegally parked there at the time that I went. And somebody was sleeping in a van as well. So they're willing to assist, but not at, there's a point, but they're willing to assist. And so she said, once we had some figures, come back and talk with her and see if we can work out.
Hey, Cliff, it's right now Mayflower is a public road,
Yes, sir.
which we own. What if we were just to give it to the two Cold Logistics and
Flooring
Decor?
Right.
Just give them the road.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because it's a right-of-way, that's not how the process works. You can abandon the right-of-way, and by law, to whatever would be considered the crown of the road, which, good luck figuring that out, but it would be go to the property owners on either side. And so if that happens to be those two property owners, then that's who would get it. But that's how vacation of right-of-way goes, and you can't sell it. And I know this because when I was a town attorney in Windermere, they had some right-of-way that has never been used along the lakefront there, and the lakefront owners who really weren't lakefront because of the right-of-way tried to buy it for $1 million, and the city couldn't sell it. So you don't have the option to give it away. You have the option of abandoning it, and if you do, by operation of law, it goes to whoever's on either side.
But Cliff, can we do that, knowing it's the only access for 2 parcels in there? There are 5 parcels along that road.
Oh, can you do it? That really is a question
Right.
for them to provide, if there's any other way for them to provide access. But right now, that's their legal access, so as long as they
Right.
still have the ability to use it.
So can we go to a private road? Make it go to just a private road?
The other option potentially, and I had discussed this with you earlier, is if your code provides for it, as some codes do, and if not, we could perhaps draft a provision, there are ways to take public roads and make them private. As an example, if you live in a subdivision that wants to become a gated subdivision, there is a procedure in many cities where you can do that if you meet the requirements. The road has to be brought to a certain standard. You have to agree that you'll maintain it going forward and so forth. And so the applicant usually has to come into that process when they come to the city and say, this is all good and we're willing to take this on and go forward. And usually it is the applicant, meaning the property owners who are affected, who are coming forward with the applicant, not the city going the other way and say, please take this off our hands.
Well,
But to your point is there's a process that if you don't have it, you could adopt a process.
But what it would do then, it was eliminate the problem that you just talked about, is if it's a private road now, they own the road.
Right.
Then those trucks, they say, you know, they take a tow them because it's their property.
Right.
I mean,
I brought this up when we talked about this piece of business, about taking a private.
I don't know that they do it. I mean,
Right, well, we contemplated that business, having me ask that question, then we said that wasn't an option, and we passed business. So I view this as, we asked staff to come back with a proposal for how much it would cost to do this stretch of Mayflower. Guys, these businesses, the existing contribute a lot to our tax base. The future is going to contribute a lot to our tax base. We have to make a safe road, both from a fire apparatus perspective as well, because it's not up to standard for them. God forbid we have an issue at that plant, and we're trying to get a $1.7 million tower truck down that property. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we're talking potentially less than $300,000 to get this road up to a standard that both of those occupants would find value in. So again, the applicant said that on Floor and Decor, it would be maybe a year and a half per time horizon for the project build. I think we have enough projects that did not get completed in the last fiscal year that carried forward. We may encumber that for this budget year, but it may even be next budget year before they actually get to the place where we have to connect to that road. So I think we save ourselves a lot of time if we just say we should do the right thing here, improve the road because it's our road to benefit two large tax-paying businesses in the city of Apopka, and move forward.
So if I'm hearing you right, you're saying that there's enough money in the streets budget, in the resurfacing program left over from last year to put to this? Or are you suggesting that we take money out of reserves to add it to this year's budget?
I'm saying that I want us to make a direction on the outcome that we want to see, and that's a road to standards that we all have as a city of Apopka. How that gets funded, I guess I'm going to need the guidance of our finance director along with yourself or Dio to say, okay, here's how we're going to cobble together this money. But to say that we don't have the ability to have that conversation around $300,000, I find that hard to believe. Because we just closed the books on our last fiscal year. We still don't know how, we may have a huge overage or surplus that, hey, we're going to talk at length on this thing, and it's over. Why? I mean, at the end of the day, the outcome that I'm trying to march towards is that Mayflower Avenue has a standard to our city with safe ingress, egress onto Lakeview. So we don't need to, I'm happy to make the motion for us to do that. If you all.
to do what?
To make improvements to Mayflower Avenue up to our standards, city standards.
The whole, okay.
But not in this budget year.
I don't know how prescriptive we want me to get with the budget or with the motion, but again, Floor and Decor is going to go through their life cycle of their development. I don't know what that's going to look like. Commissioner Nesta asked the question of the applicant at the last meeting. He said a year and a half roughly. If that's the case, I would assume that kind of maybe the stub out that they're going to do, maybe 75% down the line, or maybe that's up front in the project before they start constructing the building because they have construction apparatus going in and out. I don't know. But the timing is going to be, what budget it hits is predicated on when the timing of the development is. What I'm saying is, we have uncertainty around how we close the fiscal year, this last fiscal year, that we may have the budget, we just don't know it. You know, we budgeted and passed a budget for October 1st with certain assumptions in mind, and we don't have clarity on whether those are factual yet. So we could have surplus. On the flip side of that, we could have a negative position, but my spidey sense says that we're not going to be that way. And so funding, I'm not so keen on right now. It's just, are we all committed to bring Mayflower Avenue to standard? That's what I would motion, is that we bring Mayflower Avenue to standard prior to the opening of Floor and Decor.
Commissioner, what you could do is make the motion to continue forward with that, and then what we can do is look at putting it into CIP in the future. As a next year funded, I mean, like you said, we're working on closing out this year's book, so the unrealized gains that may come back will be known when the audit's done, and then it can be worked into the CIP.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that for sure. I just know that CIP is a land where things get lost because it's not committed to. I want to make a commitment that we are going to improve Mayflower Avenue. Now, how that's manifested, CIP certainly, an official budget reallocation or reappropriation, great. But at this point, I just want clear direction. Again, I'm one person making a motion. I could be outvoted 4-1 here. I'm not,
And
sometimes
again,
reading the
if
tea
you
leaves,
motion
but
for us to continue forward to look at designing that program, we'll look at it. We'll look at designing that street, and then we'll look at the funding after we get the audit and see where we're at
Well, I think.
with unrealized gains.
I think he's looking for a motion to either do it or don't do it. I don't think.
Correct.
This.
knowing that we have some rough order of magnitude around what that might cost.
Of course, if you do the design, something might shed some light on this that changes those assumptions.
I came into this meeting thinking, okay, 400,000 was going to be around the max of what we're talking about here. So when you said the numbers that
Yeah,
you
that's
said,
reasonable.
gave me comfort because I wasn't too far off. And so if we think about this to say, okay, we're bringing a city road that's going to serve 2 large tax-paying customers within our city, that it's being put up to standard for less than,
300.
less than that, around that amount. I mean, again, it just becomes is it the right thing to do or not? Doing nothing and saying, oh, we're going to privatize it, give it over to them, and they can figure it out, well, we already brought that point up.
We did, and it wasn't, we did make that recommendation, and the answer was no.
Right.
And I don't think Floor Decor wants that road. Do they want it?
They don't care.
No, they didn't want to pay for anything extra.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They didn't want to pay for anything extra.
Yeah, I don't see this any different than what we do during budget workshops, right? It's during budget workshops, we say we want a certain outcome, then staff takes that away and says, hey, this is how we're going to pay for it. I don't think yet you're looking at us to be so overly prescriptive about how you're going to move every single cent. It's, do you want this to happen or not? And I think that's the binary decision that we have to make.
My whole point is that Lakeview is the road everybody cares about. And if we had $300,000 more dollars, I'd put all 300 grand into that, whatever that looks like. And I don't even know what that looks like, but I can tell you that Lakeview is the road everybody worries about. Nobody's coming to us about Mayflower other than, the folks up here at the dais. They haven't, Floor and Decor hasn't, Cold Logistics hasn't. Nobody's coming to us about that road. Lakeview, everybody cares about that road. So $300,000 won't go a long way toward.
But that's where impact fees are going to be applied to Lakeview.
To the signal, or the,
Yes.
yeah, we're going to make,
No,
if DOT will allow us, and I'm talking to them, I mean, this is 2 weeks since we had that conversation, and I did immediately reach out to DOT and Orange County, and DOT has 3 things that they're looking at. I sent them the plans for Floor and Decor and the traffic study, and they're going to get back with me on what we can do as, like we talked about, an interim fix until they have the funds available to rebuild the whole intersection, which
Yeah.
will solve 80% of the problem.
Yeah, and I mentioned this when we were discussing this development. I don't see why we're taking a if/or thing here. Either the development is appropriately done or it's not. To say that, oh, well, let's focus on Lakeview versus Mayflower because that's more, no, it's the development and everything that goes around it should be up to our standard. Yeah, granted, people that live in my neighborhood or your neighborhood or up north, west, east, south side of town that don't go on Mayflower are obviously not going to come to these chambers and say, you really need to do this. We're their representative and we should know that, you know, if fire apparatus can't get down that road, if these trucks are trying to go over the road condition that the gentleman from Kimley Horn had shown, that's just not, that's not an option. So I don't understand. Well, anyway, I've made a motion that I would like to have the road improved to city standard by the time that Florida Decor is issued their CO. That's my motion on the table.
Got a motion by Commissioner Becker. What we need, public comment. Yep. Yep. Anybody want to speak on this? Yep.
I'd like to give you a little, Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia. I'd like to give you a little historical perspective on this. And as much as I hate to say this, I can't blame Mayor Nelson, okay? This goes back to when the county had the land. That was the county road. A lady named Mrs. McCafferty lived just to the left of where you see those 3 semis parked alongside the road. She died, her family sold the property, the people that bought it, donated the house to the Apopka Fire Department to burn down, okay? Eventually, it got annexed into the city. And the county stopped maintaining it because it became a city road. And I've heard arguments about roads in this council hall more times than I can care. They annex in this, they annex in that, but they don't annex in the road that runs down the middle. And it creates logistical and traffic problems. The reason nobody complains is because nobody lives there. If you took a sampling of 50 citizens of this city and drove them past Mayflower, you know what they'd say? That's the back driveway into that citrus plant, or now the freezers. It used to be the the driveway into the citrus plant, and the only thing they took down it was empty trailers. And the county always maintained it. And when Mrs. McCafferty, the county said, sure, you can have it. And people that drive by there go, oh, that's the driveway. It's not the driveway. It belongs to the city of Apopka. So not Mayor Nelson, Mayor Kilschmier, Mayor Land, Richard Anderson, and all of the city managers in between have dropped the ball on a street that belongs to the city of Apopka. Just like we've dropped the ball on all of the infrastructure planning. We think it's okay to annex in that and annex in this and not the road and then shrug our shoulders and say, oh, it belongs to the county. That's a crock. That road has belonged to the city for a long time. We didn't maintain it. Whether it's just the 2 businesses that own it, because nobody lives on it anymore, it belongs to the city and we have an obligation. I hate that it's going to cost us money because I'm a taxpayer too. But we have an obligation to the citizens of this city to maintain our infrastructure to code. And we, as a city, regrettably not Mayor Nelson, but Mayor Kirsheimer and Mayor Land, all dropped the ball on it. It's time to stop kicking the can down the damn road and take responsibility for what's ours. Fix it.
Anybody else? Okay. Close the public hearing, and then we'll look for that motion again, Commissioner Becker.
I move to improve the Mayflower Avenue to city standard by the time that Florida Decor has their CO issued.
Got a motion by Commissioner Becker.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Motion carries 4-1.
All right, I have to take a 2-minute break or 5-minute break.
Yeah, 5.
5.
Call the meeting back to order. Next up, we have ordinance number 3006, second reading. Susan?
Ordinance number 3006. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka by amending map 1-1A, policy 3.1.8.II of the future land use element by extending the State Road 429 US 441 area map to include 750 and 922 Plymouth Sorrento Road for 13.05 acres more or less, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay, any changes?
No changes.
Okay, any,
No, there's no changes, but we've gotten quite a few. Okay, I'll wait after public.
anybody from public wish to speak on this matter? Come on down.
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia Street. We're back to my favorite subject, infrastructure and planning or lack thereof. The city annexed in the property on the right and to the left, but when you ask them, they say Plymouth Sorrento Road or is a county road. Well, I feel we should be responsible for the roads that run through what we've annexed in. And here's the problem. We want to put in, how many apartments there, does it say? 25 per acre, there's over 300 going to be put in there. And have any of y'all been up and down Plymouth Sorrento Road lately at all? Hey, I sat in traffic for 45 minutes from Poncan all the way to 441. When I got up that close, trucks parked everywhere, nobody doing anything about anything. There's no wreck or anything. Just normal morning rush hour traffic. Progress is inevitable, and they're going to build stuff eventually. But we're building, again, without infrastructure planning. Are the schools ready to take those kids and people? Is there a plan for that? More importantly, is there a plan for the intersection and the roadway? Plymouth Sorrento's 2 lanes. How many wrecks has the Apopka Police Department and Apopka Fire Department responded to at 441 and Plymouth Sorrento in the last 2 months? And it gets worse every month. So we're looking to approve something which I don't care. There needs to be some sort of infrastructure to accompany it. As far as them putting a back driveway in that I recall from the last time this was brought up, I don't think the Central Florida Expressway is going to be real happy about that or want to give them any property. So they're going to exit onto Plymouth Sorrento Road. It's going to become a nightmare. We're going to increase the load on an understaffed fire department. We're going to increase the load on an understaffed police department. And we're going to increase the load on everybody that lives to the north of there. And all of those developments that has been approved in the last 5 years with people trying to get back and forth to work. I know the general train of thought is, oh, people will use the 429. Nobody pays the tolls. They get on Plymouth Sorrento Road. And it's become a nightmare. There needs to be a plan to fix the infrastructure before we keep dropping crap like this on it.
Albert McKinney, 3603 Golden Jeb Road, representing Apopka, Citizens for Honest Government. One of our residents today gave me a folio, which I have placed on your desks. Unfortunately, you won't have had time to read it, but my recollection is at the last meeting, we were discussing alternative ingress and egress from that development. Again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was you were only going to be in favour of promoting this project if there was ingress and egress directly onto 441. The resident, Miss Butcher, had contacted CFX. CFX said that they couldn't or had nothing to do with them to provide the access to 441 and referred her to FDOT. We have letters from FDOT and letters to FDOT, and at this particular moment in time, FDOT have not agreed to do anything about access onto 441. So it would appear at this particular moment in time, the only egress and ingress into that property is from Plymouth Sorrento Road. What I think I'm aware of is that today, about 12:30, Ms. Butcher had an email from the city which stated that FDOT had no objection to the density of traffic on on Plymouth Sorrento Road just now, and as such, they had no comment to make. But my recollection was that it appeared that the city was only going to allow this project to go forward if the developer did get egress and ingress from 441. My understanding is at this moment in time, that permission has not been granted.
You have some public comment cards. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any for this.
Oh, you know what? When they came, you weren't here yet.
My name is Dave Stankwitz. I live at Plymouth Sorrento Landing, Plymouth Landing, right across from Plymouth Sorrento. And I have problems getting out of my subdivisions in the morning to go left because the traffic is backed up from 441 all the way to the post office. And then some days, if I want to go right, the traffic is backed up from the connector road to my subdivision. So there's times that I can't even get out of my subdivision. Now, you put 260 houses, 260 apartments in that area, that's going to be 260 plus cars coming out on Plymouth Sorrento Road, which is only 2 lanes, one going each way, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Not only that, on the opposite side of the connector road, there's going to be a strip mall that's going to go in that you guys approved of already. So that traffic on Plymouth Sorrento Road is getting horrendous. When I first moved there 22 years ago, there was about 5,000 cars per day. Once the connector road went in there, it was 15 to 17,000 cars per day. Now it's going to get worse. It's going to be 25 to 30,000 on a 2-lane road, which is supposed to be a highway, and it's actually just a little country road. It's used to be 437, but Plymouth Sorrento Road is getting smaller and smaller, and the construction and the wear and tear on that road is getting terribly, terribly bad. So I don't know how many more apartments you guys want to build in Apopka that you need to keep building. And I also found out that in Sorrento, they're building another complex that's on Adair and Plymouth Sorrento Road, which is going to bring more traffic this way. So you guys got to stop some of this once in a while. I mean, you can't just keep building. And I don't know where all these people for apartments are going to fill up for. And plus, there's no schools, there's not enough police, there's not enough fire departments. So it's going to be terrible. This city's going to go to hell.
Anybody else from the public wants to speak? Not, we'll have the applicant come up and respond, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Hewells with the Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eula Drive, Orlando, 32801. Let me give you an update where we're at with the project, just to put this all in context. The good news is that nothing to my knowledge has changed from the proposed project than what we had discussed here in Chambers in June during the transmittal phase, meaning it's still being proposed as an apartment project. The unit count actually did come down slightly. It's 242 proposed units. The PD rezoning is in for review right now, It's gone through one review of DRC. It's going back to DRC later this month for the second round, and we're targeting to bring it before Planning Commission in November and City Council in December. The project still continues to propose to dedicate 30 feet of its frontage to the city for future widening of Plymouth Sorrento Road, free of charge. That'd be a donation. It still proposes that second access point at Orange Avenue and Orange Blossom Trail. That process of getting that access in place is still moving. We have had positive, good, continuing discussions with CFX, or Central Florida Expressway Authority, in which the city has been involved, and Pam Richmond from the city has been involved. We continue to propose a project that centrally locates the residential structures to the center of the property, which results in a 100-foot setback from the proposed future right-of-way once that donation's made, which would really be 130 feet from the existing Plymouth Sorrento Road and over 240 feet from the residence across the street at Plymouth Landing. So that's all consistent with what we discussed in June. None of that has changed. It's now just taken the form of a PD application that's being processed, and it's going to come before you. One significant thing that has changed and bears some discussion is the passage of the Live Local Act, and I believe it's the last item on your agenda today. And that is, I think, something significant and should be considered with this board when looking at this item and the companion item that's behind it on your agenda, which one is the text change and the other is the map change to bring this to HDR 25. Right now, the majority of the property is zoned for commercial uses, both in future land use and in zoning. The Live Local Act that took effect July 1st of this year would allow this project to be developed with the highest density allowed in the city without any review by the Planning Commission, without any review by City Council. It must be approved at the staff level administratively, and it must be approved so long as it meets the city's minimum code requirements, which means if they can design it to put 25 dwelling units on an acre and they can meet the 25-foot setback for the city and all the other bare minimum requirements, the city has no choice in whether that project gets built or not. That is a serious consideration you should all have. I can tell you from my experience, and this law is very new, but based on the fact that I get calls quite often from developers that want to use Live Local, and it's exactly for properties like this, and it's existing state, which is commercial development. And I think the benefit to the city is seeing this project out is you start to take this first step, which is the future land use change. You get it to HDR 25. That takes it out of the Live Local purview, okay? So that means Live Local would not apply, that it would actually have to go through the city's standard review processes, which involves a rezoning, PD rezoning here, which requires review at public forums such as this, at the Planning Commission, and then at City Council. And then, of course, there's the negotiation of how that project's going to look like, where there is a great deal of latitude given to the Commission to have that discussion, in which we're having one now. So the project as proposed is less than what could be potentially developed under the current zoning today. We think it's a better project. We still continue to be committed to that second access point at Orange Avenue and at the signalized intersection, in which there's already a turn lane constructed and can be utilized. We think it's going to be a net benefit to the city with that secondary access. We believe that's where the majority of the traffic will be utilized, because what we talked about last time, the exit point to get out to 429, it's two rights and you're on to the expressway. We think it's a game changer. And we think if this property doesn't get developed as what's being currently proposed, either the city's going to lose a lot of handle on being able to see what it looks like, but also it's going to result in, we think, a much more net detriment to the city in that you're going to have one access point off Plymouth Sorrento. You're not going to be able to require this secondary access onto Orange Avenue. That's what we're proposing and committing to do. And as I said, we're still on that path. We've had very good discussions with CFX. We have a framework we believe worked out where the city will be a partner in which the developer actually build that access point and maintain it in perpetuity as long as it's utilized for access to the project. So what I can tell you is there still continues to be some misinformation out there with respect to those discussions, obviously. I think if you wanted further input on that, you could ask Ms. Richmond to come up and confirm that the discussions are ensuing with CFX and they're positive, and we believe we have a framework in which we're going to operate under. And we plan to bring this all back before you when this PD portion of the project comes before you in later this year. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but felt like I needed to give that context because of some of the misinformation that's out there about what's being proposed and where we are and what we're proposing.
Okay. Any questions for Jonathan?
No, other than, yesterday when I did have my agenda review, I was assured that there is an active conversation and pretty much CFX is allowing, I don't want to say allowing, but are considering, and they won't disapprove or approve, but they will allow the secondary access point. Am I correct in saying that?
You are correct in that they've agreed to a framework that involves the conveyance of a strip of property that the city would then own, but this developer would be obligated to develop and maintain for that access point.
And you are correct about the Live Local Act. I did make mention of that, of the resident that just came up, and I said this project had been reviewed, and the best that we can do it is to really control how it's going to get built, where is it going to get built, the setbacks, the landscaping. And I said to him, if the developer takes this away, then someone else can come. And with the Live Local Act, we're not going to have much of a say of what gets built there.
Yeah, correct. And I think, this developer
They can actually bring in more commercial at that point. Is there a maximum? I still don't understand. And I'm going to refer to our attorney. How does that work, the Live Local Act?
Which part? Because if it requires that a minimum of 40% of units be affordable, if it's a mixed use, I think it's 65% is the magic number that you have to start, and then you can have up to, I guess, 35% would be commercial potentially, but you could have more as long as it qualifies as a mixed use or a
And that's what this parcel is, mixed use?
It's commercial, straight zone commercial today. And so they could build it at 100% residential with workforce housing, 120% AMI, which is almost close to what market rents are today. And they can build it by submitting a site plan that shows that it meets the city's minimum code requirements. This developer isn't in that field. What we're talking about is a different product. We've shared with you images before. We'll bring them back and re-familiarize you all with it as part of the rezoning. If this developer was into that, they have been involved with this property since late 2022. And so they've invested a lot of money and want to continue and actually see this through. If they were in that market to build what Live Local allows, I can assure you they would have withdrawn this application and submitted a site plan to approve it at the bare minimum. I mean, that's what's the reality of that law is. That discussion on it is after this one, after these items, and I'm going to stay on the sidelines for that. But the law is what the law is. I mean, but that's not to mean I'm just suggesting that what's being proposed now, I want to just recircle back, is exactly what was discussed at our June meeting when this project was initially presented to you. And the commitment is to continue on that path and see it through with the PD rezoning that's going to come before you later. So.
Right, and I just want to reiterate that we did meet back, I think it was in June, and I know that one of the residents who did text me kind of asked what was the context of our discussion, and it's always been, and I will continue to say, is really just a review of your development and how it fits the community. And we talk about, the aesthetics and, infrastructure. At no point do we talk about how are we voting on these on these developments. All we do is discuss the site plan.
I would concur and answer
Yeah.
questions that come along in that
And-
review.
And for me, all my meetings are here in City Hall, and usually it's because then I'll have anyone from the staff to come in
Sure.
and kind of help me out if I have any questions.
Mr. Becker, questions?
No, I mean, I always feel like I've got to make sure that my vote is understood in terms of why I get to my decision. But you make valid points, and it's points that I brought up the last time is, the local act. Really, from a land use perspective, whether it's high-density residential versus the commercial, in the eyes of a developer that would want to go that route, it makes no difference. It's academic. I think the biggest value statement is, and it goes in line with the gentleman that lives in Plymouth Landing, is the dedication of 30 feet of right-of-way for the purposes of road expansion and capacity. That's not to say that if this was a different developer, that would be offered up. So I have to take that into consideration. But, I mean, no one's wrong when they say that transportation in that area sucks. I mean, it may meet the standard of road quality, it may meet the standard from a traffic volume perspective, but the layperson that's, traveling that area, I think someone was posting a picture the other day of someone coming down the left side to make a turn down Highland, because the traffic was stacking and stuff like that. So part of it needs to be some enforcement issue and things. But, another value statement for me personally on this one is the idea that you're marching down the path of doing a PD zoning classification. Is that still correct?
That's accurate, yes.
Okay, so having a PD zoning classification 2 gives us more wiggle room in terms of making sure that items that have been discussed and those commitments give me the support of this project, and it is that secondary access point, because that's a deal breaker for me if that doesn't happen in future votes, because, I mean, this whole thing is predicated on the idea that you're alleviating some of that traffic ingress egress on Plymouth Sorrento to go the other direction. Then there's other studies out there, right? Traffic volume for multifamily is not the same as single-family residential in terms of volume. In fact, multifamily obviously has reduced volume, but the more that you have stories-wise, it reduces it even further. But that's not to say people are still going to be upset about traffic, and I totally get it. I cannot go back and say you're wrong. And so, again, with all these developments, that's a big concern. At time of plan and site plan, development plan and stuff like that, concurrency is going to be a big thing. From a wastewater perspective, I know that we have some potential challenges there, school concurrency and things like that. So, but from a land use perspective, really it's just you're flipping a coin. Do we want to give land use to an applicant who, we've seen the product that you've done in the past. I think Appian, I don't know how many developments you've done in the city of Apopka, but it's a known entity versus you could have outside entities that come in and just maximize and kind of throttle us. So those are my comments. I didn't really have a question.
Mr. Smith, anything?
Well, I appreciate the fact that you're going to donate the 15 feet of right-of-way because Plymouth Sorrento definitely needs widening. And considering the size of your project, that's going to be a considerable contribution to getting that road 4-laned. And so I'd rather have this product. Okay.
Mr. Nesto?
Couple questions. And this is just from looking at the staff report, why did it take so long to get to the second reading from the first one?
So this is a comp plan amendment, a two-part comp plan amendment, and part of that process, and Mr. Shepherd could fill you in on it as well, involves the transmittal to the state for review, and that was done over the summer. So this went before you in June. It was, the transmittal hearing was unanimously approved. It was sent to the state for review, and that's where state reviewing agencies like FDOT, multiple others, DEO is the one that coordinates it, but then coordinates state coordinated review. And then they have an opportunity to comment. No comments came back with this project. So that's why we're here now.
Okay.
And so this is pretty typical for the timeframes for these type of comp plan type of applications in my experience.
And quite honestly, the DEO 5 years ago was a lot slower process. I mean, they've sped it up where it's, we can almost count on it as about a 30-day process. And it used to be, what, Cliff, 90 to 120 days?
Yeah, and then the other thing is they had a lot larger scope of things that they could review and comment on. Their wings have been clipped a bit.
Yeah, there's been some state law changes.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate the Live Local Act really does tie our hands on this. Either it's going to be your project that we can kind of add some influence in, or something that we have no influence on it whatsoever. So do I think multifamily is best for this? Maybe not. But is multifamily going there whether I like it or not? Probably. So, and I appreciate you guys working with us. And then I appreciate you giving us the update on that secondary access point. Obviously, that's important and something we all really wanted. So I'm glad there's some movement and traction there. The other thing is, through some conversations with Orange County separately, it's my understanding they are starting a study within the next 60 days of this segment of Plymouth Sorrento Road. So that should lead to some really good information. I can only imagine that it's going to lead to a plan to widen and correctly build Plymouth Sorrento Road for what's going on here. Because not only is your project coming in, but further northeast, Orange County has a multifamily project, I think a little bit bigger than yours, coming in. So it's going to be key, but it's nice to know that Orange County is starting that in the next 60 days, from my understanding. So, and I do want to, Mrs. Richmond did confirm that the CFX conversations were happening and that they weren't dead in the water or anything like that, that those are still moving forward. So thank you for confirming this. So.
And one last thing, because I do want to be respectful. Ms. Kelly Butcher on October 2nd, 7 p.m. sent an email to us all. She copied you, so I just want to make sure that that's entered into public record. It was a vote. It was a letter of opposition, so I just want to make sure that that's noted for the record.
Okay. All right. Nope, we're good. We're good. Close the public hearing.
Package, Commissioner. This is what the
Okay.
Expressway says no, and the school board says
Okay,
there's
okay,
no
okay.
space.
All right. All right, looking for a motion to adopt ordinance number 3006. Did you? Oh, I thought okay, come on up. Yes, ma'am, sure, come on. Yeah.
She put she's been here waiting.
You just pull the mic down. There you go. It'll pull down. Just
Oh,
pull- There
down?
you go. There you go.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you for letting me come up to
Sure,
speak. I do live there across the street from this, and I've been to the meetings, except for the one that was turned down after we had it approved to not have it built on the first session. And I thought for sure that when the planning department said no, they weren't going to do it, that it was going to go that way. And then it came to your council and they approved it. Kind of shocked me that they would go against their own. But anyway, beside that, they had talked about 200 and some units, and I don't know how many units they're talking about now. Question.
242. is what's
214?
242.
242?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, somebody had mentioned to me that was on the planning department that it was going to be 179 or something similar to a lower number. Anyway, and the traffic study, was that completed by the DOT for that?
No, not yet, no.
Okay, because that was part of our condition of that being built, that we didn't think that it should go there, is because of what we were talking about, traffic. And the light access at that 429, 441 area there, that still hasn't been approved yet, so I don't see how you could pass it. You know, I mean, can you pass it and still not have that approved? Yes, without having the government saying, yes, you can go ahead and use or whatever. Oh, okay,
Well,
I didn't know that.
I want to clarify that though, because the signalization, the ingress egress coming out the
That's what I'm
secondary
talking
part,
about.
It's coming up later.
that,
This
yeah,
expressway.
that's not like pencils down, signature on paper from my understanding, but that's certainly something that I've told the applicant that hey, this is not something I would be supportive of unless you have that secondary
I
access.
heard
point.
you say
So
that, thank you.
That's, I want to make sure that even though it's not done at this stage, with the land use stage, that's certainly something that's forthcoming, either at the plan development zoning or final site plan or major development plan.
Well, I thought this was the
No,
last
No, we got a
stage.
lot, by making it,
I mean, will it come back to the public?
yes,
as well?
ma'am. Oh, yeah, you'll have
Okay,
another couple
okay.
cracks at it.
And then my other question would be, what is our little post office going to do? I know they're considered not really even in our division, but they're still there. Now, so you're going to say the heck with them, goodbye? So many people come from all around, from Apopka and everything, because our post offices are so overloaded. Then you put in a number of residents, 242 at least, people living there. And I love to see the type of housing that you have recommended for low-income people. I think that's wonderful. But to me, it's just bringing in all of these people in that one tiny little area. I mean, it doesn't sound like a tiny area, but when you live across the street from it, it seems like a tiny area when you've been looking at trees for so long. And maybe two homes that were back in minding their own business. But thank you for letting me speak.
Excuse me.
Thank you, ma'am.
For the record, could I get your name?
Elma Mannion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So back to closed public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3006.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3007.
Ordinance number 3007, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from agricultural and commercial to HDR 25 for a portion of certain real property generally located east of State Road 4029, west of Plymouth Sorrento Road, and north of US 441, owned by Gary D. Charlton Living Trust, Peggy G. Charlton Living Trust, half interest, and Gary D. Charlton Living Trust, half interest, comprising 13.05 acres more or less, providing for severability and for an effective date.
Any changes? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this one?
So this was Smith and Becker. Move this up a little bit for you.
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia. This is the same parcel of property. I'd like to bring to your attention, it's in the packet, communication from the engineering company for the Central Florida Expressway, and the city of Apopka got a copy of it, was courtesy copied. And it indicates that the purple area lies within a limited access portion of State Road 429, and they are not agreeable to an encroachment on their property. That's the first one. The next one is the City of Apopka Planning Commission staff report from May 9th, 2023, school capacity report. Orange County Public Schools has indicated that capacity for the proposed development is not available at the elementary school level and is deficient with 30,660 seats at the elementary school level. The property is zoned for the following schools: Wolf Lake Elementary, Wolf Lake Middle, and Wekiva High. So are we not listening to the City of Apopka Planning Commission report where Orange County Schools says there's no space? Are we not listening to the Central Florida Expressway who says you can't encroach with a rear exit? We're not listening to anybody. We're just plugging along, approving everything. No infrastructure, not taking advice from the school board, and people that own the property they want to make their rear entrance on. Time to pull and listen.
Just a couple things for clarification. Number one, the CFX did talk about a purple area. They also talked about a yellow area. The original maps did show the purple area primarily back behind this project. The yellow area was the access going onto 441. That's the area that they're considering, not the purple area. So that's number one. Number two, it's a capacity report. It's not a concurrency agreement. Capacity is something that we have for every single development. We have to get the capacity to find out what the deficiencies are so that whatever development it is, whether it's a 5-unit subdivision or if it's a 242-unit subdivision, the concurrency agreement is where the developer pays into the system to help get the new schools or the classrooms built within the city or in the county.
It's a leading indicator.
Yep. Say?
I said it's a leading indicator.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But yeah, I mean, the leading indicator, the more you throttle that leading indicator, it's going to end up in a bad situation. I get it.
Yeah.
And forgive me, purples, yellows, whatever.
Yeah, that's okay.
At the end of the day, is there a stated restriction that someone has definitively said no to that ingress egress point?
No, not at this stage. Because this is not, like you mentioned earlier, Commissioners, that this is not the MDP, the Major Development Plan, or the Construction Site Plan, or the PD, which would require at least the Major Development Plan to be able to look at. The land use in this stage with the text does not look at the entrance locations. That will be part of this next stage. So.
And of course, land use conversations, and this conversation is more legislative in nature.
Yes, sir.
So, I'm not putting this at risk by saying, again, it's a deal breaker for me if that secondary access point is not there.
Understood. One of the things I did want to point out real quick, regards to the Senate Bill 102 that the applicant did mention. Right now, they're proposing 242 units. They are looking at the 2 units, or the 2 locations for access, which is one off of the 441, one off of Plymouth Sorrento. If this does not go through, and this is, the option is that because this is a commercial property, industrial property and mixed-use properties are also thrown in that basket regarding the Senate Bill 102, there could be a potential of, and I just did the calculations, 337 dwelling units and commercial without any type of a setback other than approximately 10 feet from the road right-of-way. And there's no guarantee we'd get 30 feet for the road right-of-way either. So right now, I believe it's about 180 or 190 feet from the east side of the road to where this current proposal where the apartments are, with a 1-story garage backing up to that area with still about a 40-foot setback to those. So in other words, they're trying to push that development back as far west as possible from Plymouth Sorrento Road so that they don't get that viewpoint of too many structures overlooking the road itself.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 3007.
Still have, it's still going to come back up to us. This is still going to come.
This is the second reading for this. The development itself with the PD, yes.
Okay.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Becker,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay. Bobby Howe, Live Local.
Now it's the little.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
While you get started, I know I was looking at the Orange County and they just passed a Live Local ordinance that I thought, well, we maybe take a look at it. So we had Cliff work on what we're presenting today. And since Bobby did our Live Local briefing a couple of months ago, I thought, well, let's let Bobby get into the details. So thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Bobby Howe, Planning Manager. As you know and are aware, Live Local became law effective July 1st, 2023, and it requires local governments to authorize multifamily and mixed-use residential as allowable uses in any area zoned for commercial, industrial, or mixed use if at least 40% of the units are affordable for at least 30 years. Under Live Local, multifamily development that satisfies the criteria must be administratively approved. And Resolution 2023-32 adopts standard operating procedures to implement the requirements of Live Local, such as requiring the submission of covenants and documents that proves the project's going to be affordable, and exempts projects that are zone plan development from qualifying as Live Local. Staff is available for questions.
So we can't create any restrictions?
No, we have to follow the law. Yes, the state law. It's preempting what we can do with Live Local. It would be like marijuana cultivation, which is preempted by state law. We don't have any zoning controls or anything over that. These are standard operating procedures that's outlined in the resolution, such as requiring the submission of covenants, proving that it's an affordable project.
So we're just bringing it in line with Live Local.
That is right. There's a possibility, I wouldn't put a whole lot of hope on it, but that the next legislative session, they will try to fix the mess they created, but we will see. So right now, this is what we have to assume is the law and will be the law.
Commissioner Nesta, anything? Commissioner Smith? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve. I don't know how long.
2023.
Well, and let me just wait for
Yeah,
Mr.
you want to wait
Becker.
for Commissioner Becker.
Wait just a minute, Bobby. I want you to tell everybody what it does, just so we're.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
We
you. say-
want you to tell us what some of the things that are in it.
Yeah, so like I said, that we require the submission of covenants proving that the project's going to be affordable. To qualify as Live Local, you probably heard that a little bit earlier this afternoon, as you have to have at least 40% of the units that are affordable.
Wait,
Up-
40%?
40%, yes, ma'am. 30 years, 120%, at least 120% of area median income, which per Orange County data that I had pulled and I presented back in June, for a family of four, that's an income of $99,480 a year. And then rents are tied to that as well. And so that would be what you could do. The rest of it could be market rate.
Is there any way that we can put this information on our website?
We have,
Because
yeah.
we have?
We have, yes. And-
Okay.
Yeah.
And this isn't like, we don't get to choose it. This is forced upon us at this
This is
point.
the
Yeah, so
hand
this
we've
isn't
been
like,
dealt.
we're not really agreeing to it. We have to agree to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just
Yep.
want that to be very clear.
Mhm.
Okay, all right, look for a motion to approve Resolution 2023-32.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries
But,
unanimously.
Mayor, do we have someone up in Tallahassee that's going to be following any changes that they may make on this
Sure.
bill?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Representative Banks knows there's some issues. I've got a few contacts left, so I will be making, the rounds. I mean, the thing is, you got to be careful what you ask for. You got to, so, small tweaks maybe, but I can tell you, it was the signature legislation for Senate President Kathleen Passidomo. So it will go through her, whatever changes are made, so we shall see. All right, Commissioner Velasquez, you want to start us out?
Do we have, doesn't attorney go first? No, council reports, excuse me.
Did y'all actually vote?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yep.
If I'm supposed to be first, I don't have any reports until I get to if I'm on my item, is that where?
my fault. I'm out of order. That was me.
Okay.
My mistake.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Just have a few little things. I really want to recognize the Apopka Kiwanis Club, the Key Club. This past weekend, we had probably about 20 of the high school students come out and do a big project over by Lake Pleasant Cove, which is a city subdivision. And we spent, I think, from 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock, and we were cleaning and mulching. And so I just want to kind of give a big a recognition to the Key Club for the Apopka High School. The students came out, and I want to say thank you. I was out there with them. Of course, last night we had the National Night Out at Arbor Ridge. That was well attended. I did ask Commissioner Smith about his night out, because I had said to him that we have a bulletin board out on the atrium of City Hall, and I read every Monday. I come and see all the events that they have posted that we may all attend, and his was not there. So I just wanted to make sure that, we didn't snub him by not attending, other than that I was unaware of it. And so he now said that he is aware of that board, so I hope that in the future, any events that he may have for his New Hope, that he can bring that event and kind of post it there so that we can attend if we wanted to attend. The other thing, we had the council meeting here with Next Step about a week ago, September 21st. And so the only thing I just kind of want to say with that was, I walked away from it feeling like we were positive, that we were there to support them, but I've kind of gotten a feedback that some of the members that were here walked away with a different impression, and they kind of, the feedback that I got was those three commissioners, it's up to those three commissioners, and the three commissioners are Becker, myself, and Nestor. So I just kind of want to reiterate to our public, we're not a team. We happen to come to the dais and we either agree on something and turns out sometimes it's the three of us, sometimes it's the four of us, sometimes it's the five of us. But I really want to kind of tone down that we're not supportive of what they want to do. I was hoping to get the minutes from the Next Step, because the conversations, for me, when I walked away, I felt like they understood that we want to support them. There were some things that they needed to meet, and one of them, of course, Mr. Mayor, that I had said they don't have their 501c3. They desperately need to have that in place. Our city attorney is now drawing up an ordinance that we can all go to regarding any real estate that the city has. We're not in the business of, awarding real estate or singling out certain groups to say, yes, you're deserving of this real estate. I want to be able to say, we have no use for that real estate. Let's put it out, but we need to follow a procedure. And that's basically all I want to do. So I was a little upsetting to hear that they walked away feeling like we were not on board with them. And we are on board with them. We just want to follow a process. And the truth is that until they become a 501c3, giving or saying or allotting a parcel to them at this time would not be in the best interest of the taxpayers.
Okay, so, all right, Commissioner Becker?
Yeah, I'd like to start off by saying, Commissioner Smith, sorry to hear about Reverend Terrico. But, I encourage, well, not encourage you, I wish you success in your leadership, after his departure, but sad to hear that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then I'd also like to give kudos to Chief McKinley and his staff this week. I thought and I told him this last night at National Night Out, I thought he represented the city well in terms of the press conferences that he held when we had that difficult situation up at Northwest Rec. My email to him was, I'm thankful that all we're talking about is injuries. I don't mean to diminish the injuries that were suffered, but I implore Mr. Williams, Chief McKinley, any recommendations that you all can have to make our parks and recreational areas safer, let us know. But I just thought it was well. The city being put in that difficult of light, they represented us well. I did send a note to Mr. Hitt yesterday. You responded back to that not to go line by line, but it was basically just asking for updates on big projects.
Right.
Because people ask us all the time for updates. Is this happening? Is this not happening? So my recommendation is anything kind of tied to some of these big efforts, if we can put centrally on our site to say, okay, city center, okay, we know that, Winn-Dixie just opened. Is Ale House coming? Because I'm hearing that all the time. Is Ale House still coming or not? So we need to tell the public, oh yeah, it's coming. We're just in this phase of it. It's, we've got some time yet for that to happen. Or the Southwick Commons property, anything related to the city center, I think it would be advantageous for us to communicate that. The Station Street RFP that's kind of lingering, the Floridian Town Center, just big updates because those are premier kind of pockets of interest that our residents have, us included, I would imagine. So if we can do that, the rates for recreation fees that Mr. Olson was talking about, can we get together, Bradley, and talk through that? Because I don't want to let that continue to go meeting by meeting. Let's have a response. And then economic development. I know that we've talked a little bit about it, but what can we expect on that front in terms of the candidate pool, where we're getting progress there, both on the economic development and the administrative front.
So to give you an update on that, we did have a selection made. However, that individual came back and retracted her application. So we did go back just this past week and re-interview 2 individuals that we had selected as well. So those individuals are being interviewed Friday with the mayor to make a determination to get his input on those candidates that we had selected.
Okay, because and if neither of those, I'm just playing contingency here. In the worst case scenario that neither of those candidates pass the test, when you repost, we had talked about it a few meetings ago, a couple months ago, talking about exhausting all avenues by which to post our positions. I had mentioned the state of Florida Economic Development Council, but it was never posted there. So I just want to make sure that, because again, people are writing stuff and inquiring with us to say, what's going on with this economic development director? If I can't answer back to say, hey, we're exhausting all means necessary to try and get the best talent in the door, then it's a miss on our part. So I'm just hoping that we posted every possible logical place that we can to get
We've posted on Indeed, we've posted on governmentjobs.com, which is most government jobs are posted there. We found that, we didn't get very many hits on those sites. With your site, I'd have to go back and look at my notes on that, but there was something, I'm not sure if there was something with that site or something. I have to go back and look.
It's $200 to post it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go back and look why that wasn't done, but I have to believe that we had a qualified candidate at that time, and it could be that I didn't post it on there because we did have that candidate. I'd have to go back and look, but at this point, if we don't find a candidate here, our plan is to, like the city administrator, go out for a headhunter to help us with that task.
Yeah, because I think both are of relevant importance to be able to justify that expense.
Right. We've had some candidates, but they have either declined or, said they found something else, or, didn't want to come to Apopka, or, whatever their reason was. So, with respect to that, we have been looking, we have been interviewing. It's just that, there are a lot of positions out there that are also posting for economic development directors as well. So we're in competition with all those folks as well.
If we know something next week, let's get that make sure it's on the website that Commissioner Becker's talking about. Is that just for
Definitely.
economic development, folks?
Yeah, because that one's targeted for
Okay.
that purpose.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that, Commissioner Becker, but, and I remember you saying that, and I know I had notes on it.
Yeah.
So I believe that that's what the case was. We had a applicant
And that council,
during that period
if you
of
look at their
time.
site and look at the representation of who's part of that organization, I mean, they do a good job of kind of having regional pockets of different things. So you could ask someone in one region, it's not the broad brush kind of Florida. They're very purposeful in how they've structured their organization.
Yeah, I've also reached out to LinkedIn as well. I've had some stuff on there. We just now went to ZipRecruiter. We're trying those. And our applicant tracking system has, the one that we're with now, they've decided to not continue providing that service. So we are switching to another service that's going to give us bigger exposure.
Yeah, the two that we've got left are outside the state. So, I mean, we are getting some.
Yeah, they're out of state.
Anything else, Commissioner Becker? Okay, Commissioner Smith?
I'm going to start by saying this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and so we want to make sure that we pay tribute to that. And so I'll probably be looking a little rough for the next month. I always don't shave during this time of the year and donate those funds to the Cancer Society in support of the efforts to find a cure for that disease. I want to say thank you for your prayers in the passing of our pastor, the only pastor that the majority of us have known our entire lives, because he's been our pastor for the past 60 years. So he went away to meet his maker on Monday, and so the service will take place on Sunday the 15th. Sunday the 15th at 3 o'clock, and the viewing will be that Saturday the 14th from 4 to 7 at the church. So it'll be Sunday the 15th at 3 o'clock, and that's at New Hope Baptist Church, 927 South Central Avenue.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. And the viewing that Saturday the 14th from 4 to 7. So we just ask that you just keep us lifted up in prayer during this time. Difficult, having had a leader for 60 years. And then the following Sunday, the 22nd, I will be installed as the pastor at New Hope Missionary Baptist Church, and so you're invited to that as well. And that's at 4 o'clock on the 22nd. Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Nesta?
No, I do want to send my condolences.
Condolences.
Thank you. Today's one of those days about Reverend Derrico. I interacted with him a few times actually recently, and so it was nice to meet him and know what a great change he's done for our city. So sorry for your loss on that capacity, and we'll definitely be in attendance this month. In reference to this week, in partnership with Orange County, we were able to get a no U-turn sign installed at Rock Springs Road in Welch. So that was good. It was just a good sign of our partnership with Orange County. They were able to help us out and was able to kind of help with some communication there. So that was useful. The next one is my big one that I've been bringing up for a while is the forensic audit. I've been asked by staff to narrow my scope. So I do have bullet points that I'll be presenting, but my ask is to residents. There's many residents that have lived here just as long, if not longer than I have, and they have different information than I have available right now. So I'd ask that they bring that to me. Email me at nnesta@apopka.net. Let me know what you want to see in this forensic audit. I have a few high-profile items that I'll be presenting, and the rest of the commission, I would hope that you guys are digging as well and have some ideas, because there's many there. So other than that, I'm good.
When is that going to be? You say you're presenting something?
No, well, when I'm ready, I will.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
All right, Chuck?
Commissioner Mayors, I put in front of you a request for a quote. I know we've gone back and forth with this annexation, And staff would like some direction as to what next procedure you all would like to see. Either we take it to a referendum, or we look at hiring a company to come in and do a survey to report back to you. But I know that you all get pressure from the community, and we as a body have to rely on you as a legislative body to tell us what you want so we can proceed forward. The scope is identified here. I'll be more than happy to modify the scope that I'm requesting as part of the quote, if that's the direction y'all decide to go. If y'all do have information, if you can get it back to me before Friday, I'd appreciate it, and then we can work on transmitting this out.
Okay.
I'll work within your deadline.
All right.
So this is due by Friday?
Yes, it's your homework assignment.
If you have any changes you would like, yes. Is it the desire of the council that you want to go by a survey, or do you want to move it to a referendum?
5-6. Okay. Is there a time?
Pardon me?
Is there a time on Friday?
No. I'll look at it on Monday for it.
Why the rush to get this in by Friday?
So that I can put it out there to get a quote. I mean, I've got to sit it down and try to get some quotes back. That we normally give them 2 to 3 weeks to do that.
You need another week?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we haven't rushed this far, so I don't want to rush this now to get the right person in
That's your
place.
call. I just want to get it off our plate. Either we move forward to a referendum, or we move forward with some kind of a survey.
Yeah, I need time to review this, and I'll provide feedback, but not by
Okay.
Friday.
So what date would you like to respond back to me by? Next Friday's fine?
It's Friday.
I'll by the next meeting, I'll have something.
Okay.
I think it gives everyone time to review and properly do some research and figure out how they want to move forward. I don't think we need to rush this.
Okay.
And, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to also, I noticed in the quote request you gave us, it says South Apopka, but when we're looking at the annexation, we're actually going further than South Apopka. So we need to make sure that all of that area that we're looking at
If
is
that's the
included.
desire of the council, then I need to know that.
Yeah, and we had kind of talked about that on our pre-council meeting on Monday. It's not, to your point, you could maybe even expand that, because if we're, like we've talked about before, if we're trying to clean up lines on our border, our municipal borders, I mean, it may not just be what is known as South Apopka. I mean, so.
Well, when I have conversations, I just say unincorporated Orange County rather than just saying South Apopka, because it does include individuals that are outside
Well, but
of South Apopka.
we need to have, because the more you expand the survey area, the more it's going to cost.
Yeah,
We
it's
need
going to cost,
we need
but I do need to know what area you all want to examine. You all, again,
Do you
you're
see
the
how this needs a
legislative
little more
body. and you
time
make the-
then? We should probably have a little more discussion about this then, and not just yes or no. It needs a lot more, we need to have another true discussion up here on what those goals are.
Well, the original map we had went to Keene Road.
Correct.
And there was some talk that maybe we need to go all the way to McCormick, because we do have city limits already
We do.
on McCormick Road.
Correct.
And so that may square it off even more by going all the way to McCormick rather than stopping at Keene Road.
Again, it's, you're the legislative body that tells us how far you want to do the annexation and put onto a referendum in the future. You know, staff can help guide it through, but you all get to make the decision to put it on for a referendum, and you all have to tell us what areas are the defining area. How far you want to go west, how far you want to go east, how far you want to go south, how far you want to go north.
Well, I would suggest that when we make our responses that we also include what areas we want to include as far as how far we want to go, whether it's Keene Road or to McCormick.
I'll even do you one favor. I'll tell you how many additional households that is and indicate that it's not very much in terms of postage to add more. I mean.
Yeah, some of that land is Orange County's reclaim system and some other commercial that doesn't have residential in it.
But again, postage on 10,000 households, which this would be probably nowhere near, is $5,000. I mean,
Right.
We're not talking about a huge.
We just
expense.
need the direction from the council as to
Right,
what you would
no,
like.
I get it, I get it.
All right. Thank you. All right, Cliff?
Oh, you okay? You swallowed the,
Which way is up? Well, here we go. I got it. It's fancy. Okay. As you know, council requested that we prepare some sort of a policy/ordinance for how to dispose of real property because the city does not have one and has not had one, although I think it might have been under the impression that it did. And we weren't directed as to which way to go, but I decided that an ordinance would probably be the best way to start. If you choose to change it to a policy, that's fine, and I'll be happy to explain the difference for anybody who wants to know it. But the reason I start with an ordinance is because it provides, something that's published in Munico that everybody can see as to what the procedure would be, and gives guidelines not only to you guys, but to future councils that if they want to change them, would require, again, an amendment to the ordinance, 2 meetings, and obviously public participation. Whereas a policy can be adopted by you all, similar to the investment policy, and can be changed at the very next meeting with very little in the way of notice or whatever. But again, this is not a personal preference. I don't care. The ordinance that we prepared for you has been in front of you. I did get some questions from Commissioner Nesta, which I shared my answers with for him, for those that could be answered with you all earlier today, although you may not have had a chance to read them yet. I'm here to answer any questions. In terms of how we went about preparing it, we looked at various ordinances and policies from other jurisdictions, and we took what we liked and threw out the rest. So basically, that's what you have in front of us. We've tried to cover all of the things that I think are reasonable to expect, such as government-to-government transfers, government to charity or charitable organization transfers, and surplus properties that are not really usable for any legitimate purpose because of their weird shape or their location, but they belong to the government and the government doesn't really want them or need them anymore, and things of that nature. We also covered the various values, although we left blank for you to determine what the value should be as to when you might want to get 2 appraisals versus when you might only want to get 1 appraisal versus when you might think an appraisal is unnecessary because it's more costly than it's worth. So those are the kind of things in general that we covered. I'm happy to take any questions. If you approve of where we're headed, what you like, then this would go on for first reading. I don't know exactly when. And obviously we would change it. We'd have opportunities to change it then before the second reading and bring it back for the second reading. But that's what this is. So I need some direction. A, do you like the idea of an ordinance? B, if you like the ordinance idea, is this where you want to go, or are there things you want me to tweak? What do you like me to do?
Well, certainly like the idea of the ordinance. To Commissioner Velasquez's point before. It's a much easier conversation if someone were to say, hey, I know that you got this property within the city. We have this great idea. We want it. Well, there's 5 of us up here and 1 piece of property. And so if you have different commitments by different representatives, it can create some sort of hairy situation. So the response immediately to be able to say, yeah, we have an ordinance for that. Go seek this out and understand how that's done. My only question, well, not only question, a couple questions. On the determination and legislative declaration of surplus, from a legalese perspective, that even though there's 3 provisions by which to declare surplus, the paragraph underneath those 3 options is articulating that it has to be a city council determination for its ultimate surplus designation.
Yes, it's who requests it. It could be, for example, as it indicates here, by the community development director or that person's designee. An interested party could be somebody who has come to the city and said, hey, I'd like to do something with this property, and the city council's own request. And one of the questions, for example, that Commissioner Nesta asked is, was that be the entire council, or could it be initiated by a single council? And the answer to that is any single person can put something on the agenda through whatever your ordinary procedures are, but obviously it doesn't move forward as an initiation of the process unless you all decide to do that.
Yeah, and so to that point, should we clarify that? Because the way that number 3 reads is the city councils, and so that may imply an act of the board versus any singular member.
I suppose, again, my thought is that everything that comes before the city council as a proposed ordinance or whatever starts with one person bringing it. But I'm happy to clarify that. It's not a problem.
And then to the other section, in terms of the dollar thresholds for appraisals and types and things like that.
Yeah, I have some suggestions, but they're literally just that. In my head, I thought that as to C1, where you would require 2 appraisals, 250,000 and above, for one appraisal, 100,000 to 249,999, and for no appraisals, anything that's less than $100,000. But you may think those are too low, you may think they're too high, whatever. I just threw them out there.
Any other questions?
So,
Mr.
so
Becker?
everything here is either a sale, a lease, or a rent.
Yes. Or donation to another government, it's covered.
Say that again?
Donation to another government,
To another government.
yes.
Like CFX or?
Yeah.
Right.
A government
School
entity.
board, Orange County, yeah. Any other questions, Commissioner Watson?
No, I'm gonna review this. I have some,
We have plenty of time, because if you say, hey, this is good, bring it back on first reading, you can hate it by first reading and then tell me what you need to change. The bottom line is, do you want to see this again? And if you do, then we'll put a title on it and we'll do all the stuff and it'll come back as a first reading.
okay. Only because I just got to see the email, with Commissioner Nestor's question.
Right.
So-
And something I had mentioned to him in our response is that even some of the suggestions that he made that he would like to see, I'm not changing those until I know that that's what you all want me to do. Not because I think they're bad ideas, but because he's one, as Mr. Vice Mayor Becker points out, of 5. So I need to make sure that who's at least a majority of you want me to go in whatever direction.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith?
I like the direction that's going. I like what I saw. I definitely like the fact that you included charitable organizations as well, and that if we did that, it didn't require a advertisement. So I'm fine with you proceeding and preparing it and bringing it back for a first reading.
Happy to do that. One thing I point out that is in the ordinance, but just so it's clear and on the record for everybody, I don't know exactly where the boundaries are of the CRA, but if it's property in the CRA, it has to follow a different procedure by law.
Yeah, and to Attorney Shepherd's point, I sent a healthy amount of questions on this just because it's my industry and I know it. And also I want to make sure that we don't have any ambiguous language or anything that can be interpreted down the road of all or none or some or majority or 1 or 2. So I wanted to really work and kind of drive that down as to making sure that there's just a lot of clarity in this for future commissions, that there's no issues on that. So he did send back and CC'd all of you guys some responses from his firm. So if you can, I would just ask review those questions. I have some recommendations that I put in there that I would like to see. I think this should be because of this, this, and this, and then they put some rebuttals in there. The one thing that I think rebuts itself a couple times in here is the need for an appraisal, because it goes into, and this is just one, it's kind of, this. I won't bring up all my questions, this is the one that's just kind of peppered throughout, is that it states basically that we basically don't need an appraisal unless the city's estimate of fair market value or blah, 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 is above a certain threshold. My
Yes.
question was, who determines that value? And your response, or the response from your firm was, an appraisal does. So an appraisal determines if we need an appraisal. So-
Well, it actually is, whether it is above the thresholds that I just mentioned, or whatever thresholds y'all set.
Sure.
It can be determined by whatever method you like. Or you can, there's an exception, which says that if unless you otherwise determine it is not necessary or it is necessary. So for example, let's assume that I'm Jim Hitt and I see this parcel here and I'm looking at it and I look at the things around it and how they're assessed and I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure that's going to be below 100,000, so I don't need an appraisal. But you think differently, or because of its sensitive nature, you want an appraisal, that's built in. You can say, no, Jim, get an appraisal on this. And similarly, in terms of how do you figure out which it falls into, you don't start with an appraisal because you don't know. You have to actually get one, but at some point you have to kind of guesstimate. Now, how do you do that? Well, you know the business. One of the ways you do that without doing an appraiser is you contact real estate officials, brokers, and agents who will give you that opinion for free. By just saying, hey, this is in this area, do you think it's above? Oh yeah, it's 100% above 250. Or no, it'll be, based on what I see in the area, comparable sales, it's going to be blah, blah, blah. And if I was on staff, I'm not, but if I were, that's how I would do it. But at the end of the day, if you're not comfortable that this falls in the 1 appraisal range versus the 2 appraisal range, you simply say, get 2. Not a problem.
No, and I hear you there. I just want that process, it's ambiguous of the city's estimate of fair market value. I need a little more defined, I would like, and you guys choose, obviously, but.
And you know this more than I do, but the assessed value that's on the property appraiser's site, is it a certain percentage above that would?
There's no set anything.
And it's government property, so it's not assessed. So we'd have to look at surrounding properties.
Just kidding.
And that's what, so there is a reference in here of utilizing the property appraiser for such things, to which I said I'd really prefer not to utilize. Their valuations just aren't always as accurate as what we could get.
They're typically significantly lower than market, but not always. But if you had to guess, I'd say 95% of the time they're below market and probably significantly below market.
Yeah, it depends on the property type, everything. I mean, if it's a mobile home park versus
it's all of
industrial park.
Vacant, ag, all that.
They're going to, because they have to apply a very consistent approach.
And they do it on a mass basis.
Correct. So that's where I don't want to use that for our properties. But again, it's with the will of the council. Right. But that's what, and I just wanted a more specific how we get there. Because at city's estimate of fair market value, do I just go ask our chief of police? Well, I just want to narrow that down so we can't just say, we got one. And then to the rest of the council, again, please do look at the questions that I did send over, some of the responses. Think about what you feel about them, if they're concerns with you or not. But this is, I think this is a great foundation to move forward with, and we can definitely go somewhere with it. Like you said, don't change anything now. We can beat it up next time.
So when do you want to bring it forward?
I would prefer as soon as possible.
It's not a problem. All I really have to do is be advertised and turned into the title.
Sure. Yeah. Formalize it. Yeah. I mean because we have so many different real estate changes that are wanting to be happen, then it's just the quicker the better.
Okay. All right. You got your direction there, Cliff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Now, so we got just mayor's report, back to Commissioner Smith. We obviously a legacy. I was kind of comparing him to Mayor Land, 60 years versus 61 years. Pretty amazing that he's been here that long. So that's really amazing. So also another industry person not industry, but a friend of this council and the whole city, Jim Green's wife, Nancy, just passed away. And, he's served on our pension board, served on planning and zoning board, CRA. He has been a real champion for CPA. I meant CPA. Been a real champion. So he lost his wife this week. And so just keep him in your prayers as well. Next up, reaccreditation. The chief and assistant chief are down in Fort Myers or Sanibel to pick up their award for reaccreditation from the CFA. I'm not even sure what that stands for, but the police department's their second reaccreditation. So we're proud of the work that the police force has done to keep accredited.
Mission on Florida accreditation.
What's it?
Mission on Florida accreditation.
There you go. All right. Thank you, former chief. Next up, October 14th, the Heart and Soul Festival. Paul Billings was here earlier. I guess he had to skip out, but Heart and Soul Festival coming up Saturday, October 14th, and it's featuring Grammy-winning artist Stephanie Mills, So for everybody out there, it will be a great, great concert. Tickets are available online. Just go to the Heart and Soul Festival. And then last but not least, the Camp Weewa workshop coming up on Monday, October 16th, 5:30 at Camp Weewa. So it's open house and a workshop. So please come out. If you haven't been to Camp Weewa before, it'd be a great opportunity for Radley and his team to show you around, but also we'll have a workshop on, the direction that we as a city want to take Camp Weewa in. And with that,